Good morning. This meeting of the Task Force for Reviewing the Connectivity and Technology Needs of Precision Agriculture in the United States is called to order. Welcome to the Task Force members joining us here in the FCC headquarters and virtually, and welcome to everyone who is watching live at fcc.gov/live. My name is Lauren Gary, and I'm the designated federal officer for the task force. I'm joined by Thomas Hastings and Emily Kaditz, our deputy DFOs. Let's proceed with roll call. Teddy Bickelli, Chair, Land O'Lakes.
Present.
Dr. Michael Adeline, Vice Chair, South Dakota State University.
Present.
Dale Artho. Mr. Artho, could you please tell the task force who you're representing?
I represent Dale and Kathy Artho Farms, and I have some other declarations. No longer serve as an advisor to the U.S. Trade Representative, and with a little bit of luck, in about 6 months, I'll be divested of radio stations.
Thank you.
Present.
Thank you. The Honorable Dan Watermeyer, Commissioner of the Nebraska Public Service Commission. Commissioner Watermeyer, please introduce yourself and say what you do, and please give your task force background.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
This is Commissioner Watermeyer from Nebraska. I serve as the chair of the commission, past state senator. I also farm on the side and have been heavily involved in precision ag since the early 90s.
Thank you. Dr. Shrikala Bajwa, Montana State University, College of Agriculture and Montana Agricultural Experiment Station.
Present.
Thank you. Andy Bader, Fifth Estate Growers, LLC.
Present.
Julie Bushell, Irrigation Association.
Present.
Anthony Dillard, Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. Michael Gomes, Topcon Agriculture.
Present.
Thank you. Heather Hampton Nodal, Nodal Limited Farms. Robert Hance, Midwest Energy and Communications. Ryan Kroga, John Deere.
Present.
Jennifer Manor, Hughes Network Systems, LLC.
Present.
Joy Sterling, Iron Horse Vineyards.
Present.
Jimmy Todd, Next Tech.
Present.
From the Department of Agriculture, ex officio member Andy Burke, Administrator, Rural Utility Services, USDA. We do have a quorum, so with that, I will hand it over to the task force chair, Teddy Bickelli, to start the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Lauren. Good morning, everyone. Good to see those here in person. Welcome to our first hybrid meeting, I think. So we've had one in-person meeting a long time ago and then a whole bunch of virtual meetings. So it's good to be with folks, but also good to see those online. So it looks like all the technology is working and we're able to hear folks on the phone. So we'll get rolling. So as far as the agenda for today, have an FCC mapping update. We've always done that, and I'm glad the team is here to be able to share that with us. Then we'll hear from two states, one from Georgia and the other one from Minnesota, from broadband offices, about how they think about broadband in their states, and then how they think about deploying more broadband to cover the areas that are lacking. We will take a 15-minute break at 11:15 a.m. Eastern, and then after that, we'll have a presentation from the USDA on climate smart initiatives, which obviously have a heavy reliance on data collection and broadband capability. So I think that will be an interesting discussion, and we'll have some good dialogue there. With that, we'll break for lunch at 12:15 p.m. Eastern and get back together at 1:15 p.m. And then Dr. Adeline and Michael Gomes will lead us into discussions around NAPDC, NEFA, and some of the findings they've had for a couple conferences they've attended. They have some good insights, and I think majority of that presentation will be dialogue and discussion among task force members. From that, we'll take a quick minute break, and then we'll get back together. And as usual, we'll then do the updates from all the working groups. As we mentioned on the last meeting, this one will probably be more in-depth conversation about some of the key recommendations that are coming from each working group, and really starting to work through putting together sort of a final report. So that will be the core of our discussion. We'll go working group by working group. We'll talk about the key recommendations, and then how do we put that together in a final executive summary. We will have 30 minutes for discussion on any topics, open topics that we may want to cover. And then from that, we will have a couple logistical updates from Lauren, and we will adjourn for the day. So looking forward to the discussion, looking forward to the engagement. And with that, we will get started with our first speaker, which are going to be the FCC Broadband Task Force on mapping.
Thank you, Teddy. I second the sentiment. It's really nice to see folks in person. I've talked to this group a number of times virtually through the pandemic and during telework, and it's not quite the same as seeing folks in person. Welcome to those who've traveled to be here. It's always a pleasure to address this important group on the mapping efforts. I'm joined today by Kwa Nguyen, who is an attorney advisor in the Wireline Competition Bureau and has worked extensively on mapping issues with me for a number of years now. We're going to talk about the BDC, the Broadband Data Collection, and the National Broadband Map, as well as the Broadband Funding Map, which is a more recent map that was stood up a few months ago. I know that many of you are very familiar with the journey of the National Broadband Map. Started officially with legislation passed in March of 2020. Kicked off our efforts in chief at the end of 2020 when we received funding to stand the platforms up. And it's been a really, a lot of work has gone into it since then. We've accomplished a lot, though. I'm very proud of the team that's been involved in it. They've just done an outstanding job on a number of fronts. There's so many pieces to the map and the collection platform, and I think folks have really given 120% to the effort. Can we stand up the slides? Okay, let's go to the first one. So again, I know many of you are very familiar with the collection and the map, but for just some quick context, it is a multifaceted platform. It collects availability data, broadband availability data for fixed and mobile services. On the fixed side, the availability reporting is done on top of what's called the Broadband Serviceable Locations Fabric, which is the database of all locations in the United States that either do or could reasonably be expected to get broadband service. So we start with the fabric on the fixed side, and providers report to that fabric in each collection cycle, which is twice a year, data as of June 30 and December 31 each year. Broadband availability, it shows where, as I said, where either broadband is or could be administered. It's subject to specific definition, which is within, if it's not already at a broadband serviceable location, it could be installed within 10 business days of a request without incurring additional charges for extending the network. So let's go to what we've done most recently. The next slide, please. So we've, at this point, have created two public iterations of the National Broadband Map based on collections of data as of December 31, 2022, which was the first public version of the map, and then I got that wrong. June of 2022 was the first. December of 2022 was the basis of the second public version of the map, which is the one that's currently available online. The second version differs from the first version in that in many respects, but very significantly, it includes over 1 million more broadband serviceable locations throughout the United States than did the initial version. And this was the result of a lot of hard work, a lot of input from stakeholders, and a lot of refinement of the data, of the methodologies used to identify broadband serviceable locations. We should note that every state and territory had some additional broadband serviceable locations added within their borders for the second version, and similarly, every state and territory had some removed in the process of refining the data. But when that is netted out, it was 1 million additional broadband serviceable locations more than were shown in the first version. We also continued to work on the availability data as compared to the first version. It was subject to the stakeholder input processes, the challenge process, the crowdsourcing process, and as well as refinements on our side, internally verifications, working with stakeholders to improve the availability data along with the fabric data. And so in the second version, we got a substantially improved version of the map. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have worked very hard on validating the availability data. The key method of doing this was through the challenge process or challenge processes. There's actually several different versions of challenges. There's a separate version for mobile service and fixed, and then within the fixed, you can either file a bulk or an individual challenge, and there's different permutations of that as well. We received over 4 million challenges to over 4 million availability at over 4 million locations. As I said, we had a very dedicated team on this. We had a team specifically dedicated to managing the challenges that we received during this last period, and they worked overtime to make sure that we handled a significant portion of the challenges that came in. I don't have the exact numbers, but it was very, very high relative to the ones that came in. We do continue to update the map on a rolling basis, and that's for challenges on the availability. It's every 2 weeks as those challenges are resolved. Unsuccessful challenges don't change the map, obviously, but successful challenges do result in changes to the data on a cadence of about every 2 weeks that would show up on the public map. In addition to the challenge effort, which is, as I can't emphasize enough, it was really a substantial effort, continues to be. It's not over. It will go on indefinitely, and will continue to improve the map over time. But in addition to that effort, we conducted our own efforts as contemplated by the Broadband Data Act. We worked with over 800 filers, either informally or formally, in connection with issues that came to our attention or that we identified during the time that we were working on the second map. And that process yielded a significant improvement to the map as well. So it's, as contemplated by Congress, it's a multifaceted process. There's multiple inputs that go on continually. They work in parallel to yield continued improvement to the map over time, and we think that process is working very, very well. Next slide, please. So the latest developments, version 3 of the fabric. So challenges show up on the map on a cadence of about every 2 weeks. A new version of the fabric is created for each collection cycle. So a version of the fabric is created for the June 30 collection, and then a version for the December version. Version 3 of the fabric was made available to fabric licensees, which include providers who will be reporting, as well as others. That version incorporates successful challenges that were made to version 2 if they were submitted by March 15th of this year, and challenges to version 3, the version that we've released to licensees. If they're filed by September 8th of this year, we'll have the best chance of being reflected on version 4 of the fabric that'll be used for the collection of December 2023 data. The version 3 of the fabric was released in anticipation of the opening of the filing window. This would be the third filing window for data as of June 30th, 2023. That opened on June 30th. And it remains open for 60 days. ISPs must submit their data by September 1 of this year. So we're currently in the process of taking those data in. As I mentioned, it's a multi-faceted effort that involves parallel submissions and processes going on at the same time. So we're continuing to deal with challenges on an ongoing basis, and we're also right now working with filers to get the data for the June 30th, 2023 cycle in, get it in and processed. We are continuing on many fronts to update the data, reflect resolved availability challenges, and other verification efforts, as I described earlier. So let's go to the next slide. So this is your one-stop shopping location for information about the broadband data collection. It's deceptive because it's one link, but once you get to that link, there's lots of resources there, and we continue to update it all the time. If you haven't checked in recently, I recommend that you stay close to it if you're following these issues, because we do continually provide updated information and improved resources for stakeholders. And with that, I will turn it over to Kwa.
Thank you, Kirk. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us today. I'm here to talk about and provide a brief overview of the broadband funding map. In the bipartisan infrastructure law, Congress directed the Commission to establish an online public map that provides a locations overview of federally funded broadband infrastructure deployment projects. With that, Congress envisioned that the map would be a centralized, authoritative source of information on funding made available by the federal government for these infrastructure deployment projects. Next slide, please. To meet that mandate, on May 15th, the Commission released the initial version of the broadband funding map. The URL where the map is located is on the slide. You can also get to it from the National Broadband Map. There's a link there to the funding map. So what does the funding map show? It's an initial overview of the broadband infrastructure deployment projects that are currently funded by the federal government throughout the United States. And to produce that map, the SEC and our sister agencies compiled our own funding project data of our programs, and we've reported that data to be included on the map. And in this first version of the map, it includes the FCC's Universal Service Fund high-cost program data, and our sister agencies have also submitted funding data, and those agencies were NTIA, Department of Treasury, USDA, Rural Utility Services. In total, there are a number of programs that provide information, the spending projects that are currently being funded. And as a whole, I think you can think of the funding map as a representation of a combination of the National Broadband Map, and it complements that by placing an overlay of the federal funding data that's reported by the federal agencies. And so when you actually go to the map, users are able to explore and search this federal funding data in a number of different ways. Generally, users can pan and zoom on the map itself to explore different areas of the country, and as you zoom in on the map to at least a level of 10, users are able to click on the map hexagons to see the specific data that's available for that geographic area. Users can also do more refined searches by using the filters that are available on the map to get an overview of the federal funding. And in addition to the filters, you see available on the slide deck, users can search by the agency itself, the program data or the program names, the technology types, and also by the ISPs that receive the federal support. So with that, there are a number of different ways that users can interactively use the map, find the data on the current projects that the government is funding. If you want to do a more granular search, users are able to actually enter in the location address and go straight to that particular point on the map, and where you'll see, like the National Broadband map, you're going to see an array of data that's available, and specifically the federal funding that is being provided for that location, or if there's no funding provided, you'll see that as well. And for all the really technical savvy people, you can actually download all of this federal data to use in your free time. So with that, that is a general overview of how the broadband funding map complements the national broadband map to provide a more complete picture of availability and funding currently available. And we expect to, like the national broadband map, there's a cycle in which we will update the map and the data provided from the sister agencies in line with the bipartisan infrastructure law, and currently that's scheduled on approximately every 180 days. Thank you very much.
We're happy to take any questions that anybody has.
Okay. Jimmy?
With regards to the funding map, the different programs have different timelines. How is that going to be, or is it going to be reflected in the map for accuracy? Because a lot of funding has been allocated, not all the work has been done.
Right. So the map itself, that's one of the filters that are available on the map. So you can search by the funding period as well. And as you explore the map, you'll see that it's not just by program, it's by project, specific projects. So for example, in the FCC, where you have the RDOF, you can search by particular states, and then that will narrow in the particular time periods.
Again, if you're online, you can just raise the hand, and then I can call on you that way. If you're in the room, you can just raise the hand physically. So with that, Dr. Adeline, I see your hand up virtually.
Thank you, Teddy. So two thoughts. The first one, and I would ask both presenters on this, the thing that is frustrating me with the maps is that it is an excellent piece of information. And I talk to people and they know my relationship with the task force, and they ask questions. And I said, well, have you looked at the funding map, or have you looked at the BDC map? What's that? What are you talking about? And over again, I get questions, and I'm frustrated by the fact they basically aren't aware of this. What are both of you contemplating, if anything, on how to strongly get the word out? You have good products, it keeps feeding itself, improving, but if you put a candle underneath a bushel basket, the fact that you have a candle is not real effective. So that's the first question.
Yeah, thanks for that question. It is a challenge, to reach stakeholders on a large scale. We've put a lot of effort into that in the years during which we were, standing the platform up and getting it underway, and then initiating the collections. But we do need we need the help of entities such as this group and others to magnify, amplify that message. We've traveled all over to meet with stakeholders to try to get them aware of it. We've worked online, and it is it's an important measure that we have to meet, but the more help we can get with that, the better. We continue to work on it. We know it's important, and we're continuing to put those efforts out there, but we know it's an issue and are looking to address it.
Thank you. So my next question is, I see the great map that's funding and the great map that describes the BDC data. The one piece, and they're both maps. I don't know if you're familiar with Internet 2 and how it maps the research networks across the United States. That visual allows you to see where actual connectivity is across the whole U.S. Is there any thought of creating that kind of visual that would help people understand as you fund things, hey, we're filling in this spot. This is currently what we have built out. Anything of that nature?
Well, under the Infrastructure Act, we are required to incorporate the broadband data collection map, the National Broadband Map, into that resource so that you can cross-reference availability against funding and the data that come with that. We are always looking to improve the maps. I don't know specifically what the technical experts have in mind, but I know that they're continually looking for a better product and working to create a better product. So I think you'll see that as we go forward in the months and years ahead.
Thank you very much.
Other question? Yeah, Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, curious if in that funding map you can tell the difference between fixed or wireless services and which projects support which one there.
I believe that's a feature of a functionality of the funding map that you can see what type of project is being funded, whether it's fixed or wireless. I believe the data that's currently available in there focuses on fixed at the moment, but as I mentioned, we're continually improving the map and getting additional data from other agencies. As that project data comes in, the map will be updated.
Other questions? Maybe I have one quick last question. Are there any statistics you could share, like how many, I know you said serviceable locations went up by 1 million. How many serviceable locations are there? How many served, underserved, things like that? I don't know if I can get that from the website I was trying to get.
I don't have those with me today. We have a lot of data on the website that can be accessed, but I don't have that specific for you.
It's okay, we can look that up. Other questions? Not seeing any hands in the room, and I'm not seeing any virtual hands up either. So, Gerg and Quas, thank you so much for the time here, and as always, updating us. And great progress, by the way. This is great work done, and I know it was a lot done in a very short amount of time. So this is great information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that covers our first topic. So moving on to our next topic will be an update from the Office of Broadband Development from the state of Georgia and around how the deployment structure is coming out. I believe we have Jessica Simpsons, who's the CIO, Deputy CIO for the Georgia State Broadband Office. Jessica, I think we can see you online. Can you hear us okay?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good, good. So if you're good to go, I will let you do a quick introduction and take over the presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have the chance to speak with you this morning and give an update about the Georgia Broadband Office and the work that we're doing here. The Georgia Broadband Office is set up a little bit differently. Generally, what we found is each states have their own model that tends to work best on how they're really in the process of standing up broadband offices. Our enabling legislation in 2018 gave some responsibilities related to broadband to my organization, which is the Georgia Technology Authority, and also other broadband related functions to our Department of Community Affairs. And so the State Broadband Office is really the partnership of our two agencies working together, along with the way that we have deployed the way that we have deployed our federal funding is that that's actually running through the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. And so it's really collectively our agencies working together to make sure that we're strategically deploying the funding that is now being obviously mapped at the federal level, and that and as we prepare for the BEAD program. With that, I do have a brief presentation, and I apologize of the format. Is that something that Lauren will bring up, or would you like me to share my screen?
We'll share it for you.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. If we can go to the next slide. One of the things that has been incredibly helpful in order to do the work that we've been doing over the last few years is Georgia does have a location level broadband map. That was a requirement of Senate Bill 402 in 2018, was for Georgia to create a location level map where you can see very similar now to the FCC's new map on our right hand side that very similarly, we map down to the location level where you can see the red dots where that indicates an unserved location. We also do census block shading where in order, based on our mapping effort and our state law, for a census block to be shaded orange, it has to have at least 80% of the locations within that census block served. But mapping down to the location level, you can see that we do still have locations shown on our map, even if they are in a served census block but are still unserved. And so using the data from our map, we've been able to roll out grant programs over the last couple of years using ARPA funding. And so if we can go to the next slide. Again, as I mentioned, it's really our partnership between my organization and the Office of Planning and Budget that has facilitated this process of the awards that Governor Kemp has made since 2022. So for State Fiscal Recovery Fund, Governor Kemp announced over $400 million on February 1st of 2022 to serve over 175,000 unserved and underserved locations. When that is paired with matching funds, it's an investment of almost $730 million. And obviously those projects have to be completed by the end of 2026. If we can go to the next slide, please. And along with Capital Projects Fund, we got our plan approved quickly by Treasury. And earlier this year, Governor Kemp announced $234 million in awards. And just most recently, back in June, we did run a second round of Capital Projects Fund that was a good bit smaller for just under $15 million. And so with those programs, Georgia has awarded almost $480 million, including matching funds. And again, those projects will be done by the end of December. And so again, obviously, this is something that we're actively working on through our Treasury reporting and working closely to get that information to the FCC so that these points are indicated in the funding map, so that obviously it's clear where funding has been allocated or obligated, but obviously those locations are not built to yet. If we can go to the next slide, please. And so this is one of the things that we like to show, which I think is a really helpful depiction of, obviously, you saw the previous version of our map, which shows a lot of unserved census blocks. And what you're looking at here on the left is essentially our state map, which shows served and unserved census blocks. But then once you layer on top of that the shape files that show where funding has been allocated, I think it's a good depiction to show that while there still are a number of unserved locations in Georgia, there have been significant funding commitments to get those locations served. And so that way we are, very aware of where those locations are as we prepare for the BEAD program. And so what you're looking at here on the left is obviously the kind of lighter shaded tan area is an unserved census block. The orange area is a served census block. And then the lighter green is RDOF. And then the darker green is State Fiscal Recovery Fund. And then we do have a small NTA BIP award up in Lumpkin County in North Georgia. And then on the right hand, you can see where we did our Capital Projects Fund program, where the state actually designed the eligible project areas. And what you can see is, and I'll show you on the next slide, where we really focused on using our data, the most unserved counties within Georgia, and focusing on specifically unserved locations within those counties. And so you'll see in the next slide where we applied Capital Projects Fund directly correlates with the unserved census blocks. And so I think that, I like to show this particular picture because I think it's a situation where you can really see that while we do have a number of unserved locations, there is a great deal of funding that has already been obligated within the state to serve these locations. And so as we are preparing for the BEAD program, and obviously using the data within the FCC map and using our data to facilitate that process, we feel that we can be very strategic and target the locations that are still unserved and still unfunded. Just because obviously we know our number of unserved locations in Georgia, but when you look at that and then you really look at it from a perspective of what is still unserved but unfunded, obviously that number is significantly lower. And so that is something that we're obviously looking to target those locations as we prepare for the BEAD program. If you could go to the next slide, please. As I mentioned, obviously, we are in the process of preparing for BEAD. As you're aware, it was $42.5 billion that was allocated to the states and territories. A couple of weeks ago, we found out that our allotment is just over $1.3 billion, and we have received just shy of $5 million in planning funds to use for the next 5 years as we build up our staff to implement the program, as we create our 5-year action plan, which is one of the deliverables that's a requirement of that program. And that's something that we're actively working on that's due to NTIA on August 12th. So it's coming up within about a month. In addition to that, there is a portion of the funding that was used for a middle mile grant through NTIA, and we were pleased to see that Georgia got 2 awards, one for Dovetail Communications. It's just over $12 million for middle mile in West Georgia, and then also a multi-state project with ZAO that included 6 Georgia counties. If we can go to the next slide, please. Along with this, we are also working on creating our state digital equity plan. The state received just over $1.4 million to use within a year to create and bolster our staff to create a state digital equity plan, and we are currently working on that. We have done a great deal of stakeholder engagement and had over 20 listening sessions throughout the state. We have 159 counties in Georgia, so we took a more of an approach to go and target our regional commissions to make that a little bit easier, but then we really wanted to make sure that we traveled statewide as we were doing our stakeholder engagement for both this program and in preparation for our 5-year action plan on how we're going to get to all of our remaining unserved locations using our BEAD funding. If we can go to the next slide. Again, we feel that we have a really good model here in Georgia where we have really kind of tried to take advantage of the resources that we have within different agencies. Some states are definitely setting up their offices differently, and I think that it's important that the states really do the model that works best for them. What we've tried to do is we've tried to keep our staff small and rely on resources in other agencies. That way, our grants team at the Office of Planning and Budget, they are our grant experts. They're dealing with all of the other federal grants that the state is implementing as well, so we're able to take advantage of their expertise, along with being able to kind of provide our assistance to the programs as well. And so, we feel very confident in the work that we've done over the last 2 years. It's been very data driven based on the fact that Georgia has had a location level map since 2018. I think that's allowed us to move quickly with our programs, but also be accurate with our programs and make sure that we're getting the funding to the areas that need it the most, along with it's really exciting to see the impact of the grants that Governor Kemp has done, including matching funds between the two programs, the State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Capital Projects Fund, that have been able to inject over $1 billion into bridging the digital divide in Georgia as we prepare for the BEAD program, which obviously we have a very significant allotment there as well, to the point that we feel confident that we will have the ability to get to our remaining unserved locations, and then do a great deal of good work getting our underserved locations upgraded as well, along with the work that we're doing with our communities and stakeholder engagement, where we're focusing on the digital equity side of things and trying to promote the ACP program, along with our focuses on digital literacy as well. But with that, that's just a general overview of our office, the programs that we've implemented so far, and the preparation work that we're doing with our 5-year action plan and our state digital equity plan as we prepare for the BEAD program. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have about our office or what we're doing in Georgia.
Great. Thank you, Jessica, for sharing that information. I do see that Heather has a hand up, so Heather.
Good morning, and thank you, Jessica. I really commend the state of Georgia's foresight and groundwork on this, so thank you for reviewing that with us. One thing in the connectivity needs subgroup that we've explored, we promote as an idea of a 100 by 100 standard. Mm-hmm. And I'm just curious, as you look at really trying to target and be strategic about going into these unserved areas, have you seen that setting a standard such as even 100 by 20 or 100 by 100 becomes a deal breaker or hurdle for providers? And if so, how do you work through that? And can you share some of those experiences with us?
Sure. Thus far, I don't think that we have seen that to be a problem. The grants that have been funded through State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Capital Projects Fund all are 100 symmetrical or greater projects. Obviously, based on the program guidance from Treasury for the programs, we did have the mechanism within our grant programs that if it was not feasible to essentially propose a project that could hit 100 by 100, that they could submit an application to serve that location at 100 by 20, but they would have to provide a good deal of information to justify why the 100 symmetrical requirement was not able to be met. And based on the applications that the state received for State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Capital Projects Fund, we saw very few applications that even attempted to try to explain that they could not meet that requirement. And then ultimately, based on the applications that Governor Kemp awarded, all of the applications are going to serve those locations at least the 100 by 100 threshold. All of the applications that have been funded thus far are either fiber, a very small portion of hybrid fiber coax, and then most recently in the June announcement of our second round of Capital Projects Fund, we did fund about 200 locations that will be served by licensed fixed wireless. But based on all of that thus far, again, the lion's share of the awards have been for fiber projects. And again, based on the applications and feedback that we've gotten from ISPs, at least thus far, and especially with Capital Projects Fund, where we targeted some of our most unserved areas, we really did not get really kind of any pushback or any applications that really were able to strongly describe why they were not able to meet that requirement.
As a follow-up, would you be able to share the, I'm going to say the waiver process, that example or the list of materials they'd have to provide to show that they couldn't meet the requirement? Would you be able to share that? with our,
So in general, and it's certainly something I can follow up on as well. So in general, we left that relatively open to the applicants we didn't have a set criteria of specifically what we were looking for, other than the fact that we felt like there had to be a strong justification why that couldn't be met. We expected to see, and we did put this in our guidance in our notice of funding opportunity, if essentially geography, topography, if that type of hurdle was there, yeah, and that ultimately was what was driving that decision. But again, more than anything, we ultimately decided that we wanted them to submit an initial justification, and then we were probably going to ask for follow-up information if we didn't feel like the justification was sufficient. But just based on the programs and the applications that we received, ultimately, since everything that was funded could meet the standard, we ultimately didn't do that secondary review just because we had so few applications that ultimately where the applicant applied where they couldn't meet the 100 by 100 standard.
thank you. And do you expect it to be very similar as you reach the final frontiers within Georgia?
I believe so. I think that, obviously it's a mechanism within the BEAD program that there is a preference for fiber the same way there is in these other programs, but that once we get into extreme high cost locations, we can obviously look at different types of technology. And, I think that we've always believed that it was going to have to be a hybrid approach to get our state 100% served. However, I will say that, I believe that we're certainly going to have a small subset of locations that might be on a different type of technology that where that speed requirement might come into play. But thus far, as we really targeted some very unserved areas, really, especially when we drew the project areas with Capital Projects Fund, I think that thus far we have not seen an issue of meeting that speed standard. But again, that could come into play as we get to, our final list of locations, our most remote, we're across a railroad track and 2 miles down a private road. With those kind of anomalies, we might need to start thinking about those requirements. But I think we've actually been very pleasantly surprised that there really has not been an issue of really meeting any of the technology standards thus far in our programs.
Great. I'd like to follow up with one final, and that is related to kind of how you ground truth and assess that this is being delivered. And we're very interested in have you assessed it at the field level, so not just a service location point on the map, and what that looks like at the field level.
Sure. So we are doing that as part of our subrecipient monitoring and compliance for these programs. We do have third-party auditors that we are really heavily utilizing for these programs to make sure that we are fully in compliance. And as part of that, as projects are wrapping up, we are doing site visits for all of the projects along with speed tests in the field as well. And so that is something as part of our ongoing process, both with our team and also our third-party auditors, that we are going out in the field. And certainly our auditors are doing sampling, but we are doing essentially site visits, speed tests, and going to, a subset of the locations, obviously, is part of that closeout process. It is something that we do feel like it's important to go out there and be able to do our own testing. In addition to that, they also are going to, our applicants are also going to have to submit speed test data back to us. And so I think that that's a good check and balance, but I think us going out there ourselves or our third-party auditors going out there is also important too, so that we are doing in-person visits.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dr. Bajwa has a question.
Thank you, Teddy. Thank you, Jessica, for a wonderful presentation, and it's good to know what is happening in Georgia. I have two questions.
Sure.
One is that it is obvious that you are collecting a lot of data through third-party auditors or your own people going to the field. Are you sharing that data with FCC. Is any of that going into the BDC map through the challenge process or by any other means?
So as part of, so we have actively participated in the mapping effort. We think that, it's great to have this resource at a national level. It's certainly been very helpful to us having it at the state level. We have actively worked in partnership with the FCC to submit fabric challenges and availability challenges. We submitted just over 37,000 availability challenges, and over 36,000 of those were accepted. Either they were conceded by the provider or accepted by the FCC. And so we feel very confident in our success rate in that process, along with challenging the fabric, so that obviously we could make sure that we all agree on the underlying subset of addresses there. And then as part of our quarterly reporting for State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Capital Projects Fund, Treasury actually updated their reporting requirements for Q2 that's actually due at the end of this month, where we are going to be reporting the locations based on the fabric ID numbers that are being funded through State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Capital Projects Fund. And through that process, Treasury is then working with the FCC to get that into the funding map. And so kind of, while we're not directly reporting that, it is working its way through the process so that is reflected on the funding map, so that we're all working from one resource that we feel like we've got good data, but then that way, as we're looking to implement future programs with the BEAD program, and then obviously as other federal agencies are looking to run their programs, that we have a very transparent resource to make sure that we all know where we've applied funding, to make sure that we strategically apply funding in other locations that still need it, rather than duplicating any efforts. And so that data is through Treasury getting back to the FCC for mapping purposes.
Thank you. Good to hear that. My second question is, I am from the West. I am in Montana, and in Montana and the surrounding states, there are many communities. A vast majority of the area would be categorized not just rural, but the frontier communities, very sparsely populated. So I am just wondering what the state of, or what your office has done to address connectivity problems in frontier communities, or in areas where there are very few customers for a company to really see a profitable business. Does the state have any programs, or how do you encourage the companies to extend connectivity to such sparsely populated areas?
Sure, absolutely. When I came into my role in 2021, the first thing that we did is we created our state strategy surrounding bridging the digital divide. And one of the things that the data showed was that at that time, of the 450,000 unserved locations that we had in the state, 90% of those were in rural areas. And so the focus of our program has primarily always been on rural areas. However, there are some metro areas that we know, based on doing a location level mapping effort, that also are still, unserved too. And so that's also something that, as we look at implementing BEAD, regardless if there's 1,000 or if there's one unserved location in a particular community, we have to find a way to serve that location. What we've done specifically for our programs to target rural areas is we really let the data drive where we have ultimately recommended for the governor to apply grant funds. Specifically with the Capital Projects Fund grant that was done, based on our state map, we targeted counties that had either more than 2,500 unserved locations, or the county was more than 20% unserved. And then at that point, we ran our challenge processes, and then if the county still met that threshold following our challenge process, then they were eligible for the Capital Projects Fund, where we drew the project areas. So it was specifically based on the unserved locations that we were aware of based on our mapping effort. And so what we have done is, for State Fiscal Recovery Fund, it was a little bit broader, where the entire state was eligible. Providers were able to draw their project areas and essentially submit their best proposal to the state for review. With Capital Projects Fund, we took a very different approach where we drew the project areas ourselves, so that we could target the areas that we knew had the highest need. And then obviously, for the upcoming BEAD program, we have to focus on a community regardless if they are, urban or rural. If they have one unserved location, we still have to come up with a plan of how to get there. However, I do think that we've had a lot of funding very strategically injected into our most rural areas based on us really focusing on the data to show which of our counties within the state were the most unserved.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Adeline has a question.
Thanks, Jessica. Good presentation. I have a fundamental question. How are you defining unserved?
So our state law defines it as if a location is unserved if it does not meet the minimum of 25.3.
Okay.
But obviously, the way that we have looked at all of our programs has been based on obviously the federal guidance that we've received for the various programs, where we are viewing things as unserved if they are below 25.3, underserved if they're below or don't meet 100 by 20, but again, anything that we have funded through these programs has to meet a minimum of 100 by 100.
One other question. So you provide connectivity or help fund getting connectivity. How many folks in the unserved may not be able to afford even the basic connectivity? How's that being addressed?
So Georgia has already made a very big push through the Department of Education, really promoting ACP. That is something that right after the program was funded, the Department of Education sent information home with all students who are on free and reduced lunch within the state, and have continued to follow up with that, and have actually, they stood up a call center to help people sign up for ACP if they needed any type of assistance getting through the application. And obviously for our state digital equity plan and the work that we're doing with that, working with other agencies, looking to see ways that we can continue to promote ACP, just because, as with most states, we know that there's a lot of people that are eligible for the program, but that are not utilizing it. And so, thus far, a lot of our focus has been on infrastructure, just because we know that there is still such a great need. But definitely following that up with, it's a requirement of these programs that all of the providers, if they're getting this funding, participate in ACP, along with, the push that the state has done, primarily thus far through the Department of Education, to raise awareness about the ACP program. But that's also something where, we're currently actively working with the Department of Human Services here in Georgia to try to get that tied into the integrated eligibility system, just to also streamline that as well. We also have great partners at the Georgia Public Library System that have been running a program that Governor Kemp funded to distribute Chromebooks and hotspots through the various library systems as well, so people can go check out a device. Obviously, we're also continuing to promote the fact of the one-time device credit along with ACP as well. And so, we're actively trying to, continue to expand this work. And as we, continue to travel the state for our stakeholder engagement for our BEAD and digital equity programs, obviously promoting ACP is a big thing that we've been doing. We incentivize people within our grant applications to offer an affordable option. And then we currently have about $5 million left over from our Capital Projects Fund allotment that has been unobligated. And we are planning on dedicating that to growing the hotspot and Chromebook program at the library system to inject, a significant number more devices into that program as well. And so I think affordability is a large component of it. And anything we can do to try to promote the ACP program, but then also, with the Department of Education and also providing the resources to help anybody, or also through the library system, if anybody needs assistance in signing up for the program, the state's also been working on that too.
Thanks. Excellent work.
Thank you.
Andy has a question, then Jimmy.
Wonderful presentation, and I'm going to follow up a little bit on what Dr. Adeline was asking about. So we have a tendency in government to award money for capital projects, but not be so good at providing future money for operations and maintenance of those products or those things that we buy people. Do you anticipate 5-10 years from now that there will still be a need for an infusion of money from the federal government to support all of this new infrastructure that we've built, because subscriber fees will not cover the ongoing O&M costs?
That's a great question. I think ultimately that's something that I think it's going to be interesting to see down the road what ultimately happens with that. It is something that, as we're looking at budgets that are submitted for these projects and looking at timelines of the projects, looking at the amount of money that, applicants are requesting, and that ultimately how much of a matching fund they're putting in. Do they have, facilities that are relatively in that area and they're just looking to expand? That is something that, we do look at to see ultimately, to try to assess, have they truly thought out the business case of the proposal that they're asking the state to fund, and that it obviously has the ability to maintain itself. Thus far, as you mentioned, these have all been CapEx projects, and not focused on OpEx. And so we're, through our assessment of the applications, we're trying to fund projects that we believe that are going to be viable and sustainable based on their models. And so ultimately, I really can't predict if future funding is going to be needed, but we're trying to do everything we can as we assess applications to hopefully confirm that they're going to be, viable projects. One thing that we are seeing that I think is encouraging is so far, I do believe that on some of the projects that are already done, we do have a few kind of early projects that are completed from State Fiscal Recovery Fund. As we're talking to some of those applicants, they generally are reporting that their take rates have been higher than they expected, which is obviously good news, in hopes that there is that sustainability that's built into the program itself.
Thank you.
Jimmy?
Andy, thanks for that question. But Jessica, thank you for the presentation. One question I have: when you look at the funding opportunities, the grants that you're awarding, is there a consistent match requirement, or is that vary according to density of the area being deployed?
That's a great question. So the two programs that the state has run so far, well, three with our second round of capital projects, we have not had a match requirement. However, I will say, without having a match requirement, we saw in our programs that in one program we had almost a 50% match kind of average when you look at the projects that were awarded, and then the other program is roughly about 40%. And so naturally, we have seen, based on the applications that were really competitive, that there was a pretty significant match associated with that application. I will also say, though, that for Capital Projects Fund, where we drew the project areas, we did see some of the matches a little bit lower in that program, just because, which was generally to be expected, just because with the state drawing the area and where we were selecting the locations, obviously with the providers not being able to draw the areas themselves, there certainly are some locations within there that would potentially not be as, financially advantageous. And so we did see the matching a little bit lower in that program. But then in a couple of the counties where frankly, we really didn't receive a lot of applications, maybe we received one or two strong applications for that county, we generally also saw that the matching was a little bit lower there, just based on, really we're talking about our most rural communities. But without having a match requirement in our programs, we've ultimately gotten very strong matches thus far. And then obviously, we are expecting to hopefully see that trend continue with BEAD, even though there is the 25% match requirement.
Yep. Andy has one more question for you.
Okay, my second question is, it's a little bit of a hot potato in our world. Do you have a philosophy in Georgia on whether overbuilding is a good thing or not? And I will ask you that question because there are some of us in agriculture that think that overbuilding provides the redundancy that we need across our farmlands.
Sure. So for State Fiscal Recovery Fund, I can speak specifically of what we've done with our grants. So for State Fiscal Recovery Fund, we funded roughly about 175,000 locations. And we believe roughly about 125,000 of those at the time of the award were unserved. So there was some overbuild within that program. And then for Capital Projects Fund, we specifically targeted our unserved locations. And now obviously looking forward to BEAD, we're going to be tackling our unserved and then underserved based on how the legislation was written. I think that it's always great for people to have, choices of having multiple providers. I think that that's something that we certainly see within the FCC's new map of, while some technologies were not factored in by NTIA for funding allocations, like unlicensed fixed wireless or satellite, that there are opportunities, that there are also other technologies that do provide other options as well. And so based on the programs that we have run, we've tried to follow federal guidance as closely as possible. And we were encouraged to avoid areas that obviously were served by 100 by 20, but it was not a requirement to avoid those areas. And so for State Fiscal Recovery Fund, there was some overbuild, mainly of underserved locations. Capital Projects Fund, we did design the program specifically for unserved. And then obviously the legislation requires kind of the tiered approach of the unserved, the underserved, then community anchor institutions based on the BEAD program. But just me, fundamentally, I think it's always great for constituents to have, more than one option. I think that that's also something that I think helps, price and competition. But when we're looking at something from a grant perspective, we want to make sure that we're strategically focusing the funding on the areas of most need. And so that's why from a grant perspective, we have focused our programs based on federal guidance where we really tried to avoid overbuild.
Thank you.
Okay. There's one last question. Julie has a question for you.
Hi, Jessica. Congratulations on your success. It's very impressive. Question for you. Does the state strategy incorporate precision agriculture, getting connectivity to cropland rather than to the home or business?
So thus far, most of our broadband effort has been to at the location level to the home and business. But as we are looking at kind of our 5-year action plan for BEAD and all of the various industries that, connectivity can really benefit, whether that's, the agriculture arena, whether that's healthcare, whether that's education, we have tried to take a broader view. But thus far, our grant programs have been specifically for homes and businesses. But that is something that as we're looking to our 5-year action plan to at least contemplate and kind of expand our vision as much as we can on, trying to find the ability to serve as many locations as we possibly can. However, as we're implementing the BEAD program, though, we have to specifically follow NTIA's rules and how it was written in the legislation, focusing on unserved and underserved locations. And obviously those locations are going to be, the eligibility of a location is based on the FCC's mapping effort. And so, we're trying to incorporate as many kind of constituencies as we possibly can within the guidelines of the program that we're implementing.
Great, thank you.
Well, Jessica, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and also answering all the questions. As you can see, you got plenty of engagement from the task force members. So great progress from the state of Georgia, and obviously good luck with the work ahead. There's plenty of it left, but it looks like you have a good handle on it. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have a chance to talk with y'all today.
Thank you. Okay, so along those lines, we're going to hear from another state, so the Office of Broadband Development and Deployment from the state of Minnesota. With that, we have Bree Mackey, who's the Executive Director. Bree, thank you for being here with us, and I'll turn it over to you for a quick intro and then a presentation on progress in the state of Minnesota.
Well, great, and thank you for having me here. For those of you who don't know, Teddy chairs our Governor Task Force on Broadband here in Minnesota, so certainly thank him for his leadership and work here as we are continuing our efforts to get broadband to all in Minnesota. I just also want to point out that I am joined by a new member of my team, Olu, as well, and so he's just here listening and engaging, and with all the work that we're doing, really an opportunity to share. He is our community engagement, outreach, and planner position that was created to help with all of these plans that we're working on. So with that, I do have some slides if you're all able to share them. And we'll just get started.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Or do I need to share it, or?
No, it's coming up. Just 1 second.
Okay. Okay. All right, so again, just for way of introduction, Bree Mackey here at the Office of Broadband Development in Minnesota. Newly to this role, though it does feel like a long time already because the work is fierce and continuing, but started here in October. And prior to that, really worked on the IIJA and where we are at a federal level with one of our U.S. senators here in Minnesota that I served with for many years. So it's exciting to be on this other side of the work. We'll go to the next slide. So basically a few things that we're going to talk about today is in general just how the Office of Broadband Development in Minnesota is set up, how IIJA and Digital Equity Act work is going to be and is integrated into our current existing work, a little bit more in detail on our strategy regarding the digital equity planning, and then some additional resources and areas of focus that we take here in Minnesota. So with the next slide, many of you probably already know this, but Minnesota has long been a leader on broadband deployment and was created under state law in 2013 with our first grant round in 2014. And when we did our BEAD kickoff meeting, I was just reviewing some of the speakers there, which included our 3 task force chairs, as Teddy as well. This actually work with Rick King, who was our first chair of the official governor's task force, started in 2008. And so even before created into law and in statute, Minnesota had a strong desire to make sure that we didn't have anybody left behind when it came to accessing broadband. We are a strong, mighty small staff of 8. Tomorrow we'll have 9, which is really exciting as the new person starts. And with that, we are continuing to hire. We are working on a GIS in staff person, as well as some additional grant administrators, grant support people with all of not only the state funding, but the federal funding that will be coming. And I won't read the purpose of it, as you can all do so, but I think just understanding how important it is to foster innovation and expanding services, education, healthcare, all the things in Minnesota. And again, just highlighting that it was written before COVID. So this vision was in place long before me and our office. Next slide, please. I, again, am not going to read this, but I think, again, with the room that you have there and everybody joining, that what is broadband can feel really complicated. And I'm old enough to still hear the DSL dialing in my head right now when I read it on the screen. But just sort of wanted to show how broadband access and different connections are across different technologies. The next slide, please, is just a quick show of the team here in Minnesota. And mainly I want to also focus on that we are dispersed across the state. So we all work remotely for the most part, traveling within the state. But this is really helpful for us to be able to connect with partners and communities as we live and work and access all of the things that everybody else is trying to access. And so hopefully we continue that geographic disbursement across our state as we continue to add new staff members. The next slide is talking about our general policy framework. So again, based on statutory language and how we go about doing the important work here in Minnesota includes our statutory goals, which we'll talk a little bit later, but for 2026, our statutory goals is that everybody has access to 100 by 20. Our Office of Broadband and our task force is the framework and how we deploy our broadband in the state, our grant programs, our digital equity work, etc. Data, so we do have a strong mapping program and have for many years. We also partner with Connected Nation as our vendor. And then all of the tools that go along with that. So our grant programs and our quickly evolving digital equity grants program and capacity grants as we move forward to the plans. Next slide is just our most recent data through our task force report that we still have around 291,000 homes and businesses without that access of our 2026 goal. And these numbers were from November 2022, so last fall. We also know that these numbers are a little bit of a changing target because our mapping systems and our availability of maps, fabrics, all of the things are continuing to evolve and provide more data. And so this was the best numbers we had at that time. And the other thing I just want to point out is when we talk about later sort of our dollar amounts that we're getting for BEAD, recognizing that their numbers are showing 135,000, but recognizing that it's the speed goals that make those numbers a little bit different. So with our more aggressive speed goals under the statutory language, we do show more unserved areas. All right, next slide is our existing grant program. So the Border to Border grant program is the infrastructure program that ISPs can apply for. This is up to a 50% eligible match and up to $5 million per project. However, there was some legislative changes this past year, so I'll talk about those a little bit later. But this is, we just announced at the end of last month another $67 million in grants for our programs. And over the past 8 grant rounds, Minnesota has invested over $296 million. That does not include our new legislative dollars that were just passed this past session. And it's just, like I said, our existing programs. We also, the legislature, acknowledge that the 50% match is not always economically feasible to get providers to go into the most hard-served locations. So we now, with capital projects funding, have a lower population density program, and that program is in line with our Border to Border grant program. But this particular program can go up to 75% eligible cost, so making it a little more attractive and business sense for our ISPs, as well as up to $10 million per project. We just awarded this as part of that $67 million. We had, we awarded 9 projects within that $30 million. And we had, I'm just double checking my numbers. Originally, we had 28 different providers apply for that program and ask for over $80 million in match. This is a relatively brand new program, obviously, and so we are really trying to collect the data in our grant program to understand what does low population density definition truly mean. In this particular grant round that we just awarded, there were, in general, the average was about 4 passes per mile. And so that's what we're looking at. There were some grant applications that had 1 pass per mile. And so each grant round we're able to do within that, we'll be able to collect a little bit more data and understanding sort of where those density areas are. And again, both of our providers in both of those programs, they do have to select one or the other. They can't say, well, I'm going to apply for the low population and hope I get border to border, or the other way around. I am so impressed by our providers in the state as they are so thoughtful on their grant applications and truly looking. We still have people that are applying for border to border grants well under the 50% match. Sometimes it's at 30%. So they understand how the taxpayer dollars and the fiscal responsibility that we have in the state to keep this program strong and keep it relevant and keep it in front of the legislature as really positive investments in Minnesota. And then the next one is our line extension program. So this is go ahead. And I'll talk a little bit more. You can go to the next slide. I sort of just already talked about it, but again, the historic awards made in December of 2022 was just under $100 million in projects. We turned around and this spring opened up again another grant round and had providers, and we were just able to award another $67 million. And so you can see the numbers still having a great deal of applications received. And I just will point this out because I don't think it's in any later slides that I have, but we do already in Minnesota have a challenge process for our grant application. So if an ISP puts in a grant application for an area that's already served, another provider can challenge it. And what I really like about this is it does keep us all in check. We have a good cross-measure system, and it allows us to just make sure that we aren't overbuilding and that our true goal is to get one good provider to everyone to have reliable access. Next slide, please. All right, I did already talk about the low density. It was a pilot program. It now is in statutory language. It will be a program that continues with our office. And so we're really excited to see where this goes. It also sets us up really well for the BEAD program to already have existing programs that we will be running our BEAD dollars and our programs through. And then the next slide talks a little bit more about our line extension program. And again, this is a new program. It was created with our capital projects fund. We are literally right now in our first review cycle. So people can go on and register their unserved homes or businesses via the online portal or by calling us. And we also can send out a paper copy. We had over 2,100 applicants in the first 6 months across the state of Minnesota. And again, we are reviewing this every 6 months in cycles until the dollars are all spent. After that review cycle, we'll send a list of all the addresses out to each of the broadband providers offering service in Minnesota. So providers then will have 10 days to notify our office of whether they can provide service to those addresses. And then we'll contact people that applied to let them know that the provider can offer services. If addresses are not already served by a location or can't be served by a provider, then we'll have a 60-day reverse auction period. And then providers can put a bid in to be able to serve those locations. So I will just say with this program, it's very complicated, and just noting that we have existing grant projects awards that are out there. We have Reconnect, we have Community Connect, we have RDOF areas. So Each of these locations and applications, we do an extensive review to make sure that they're not going to be getting served in the near future, because we don't want to, again, overbuild, or if they're already going to be served, we really cross-check those areas. This program does award the grants to the actual ISP, not the individual landowners, but it really is about, and I have it here at my home too. I live in Greater Minnesota. Across the road, the line went by, it missed my driveway. So this is really to target those areas to make sure that the fiber can be extended to the home. These grant dollars are up to $25,000 per location. But again, it is a bidding process, and we hope that providers are thoughtful and in the dollar amounts that they're requesting. And then they also only have 1 year from the date of the signed contract to complete those areas. Next slide, please. Just for reference, this past year in May, we do have a not year-round legislature, but we are part of our agriculture bill, which I think all of you can respect and understand. It was signed by the governor on May 18th by Governor Walz. And so the picture there is with myself and then Representative Vang, who led the Ag Committee on the House side, and then our Governor Walz. We did receive $100 million for broadband deployment in the biennium. So each year there'll be $50 million. And with that, the legislature did appropriate of the $50 million, that $20 million each year would go into that low population density program. The only technical change that was made is that traditional border-to-border grant programs can go from $5 million per project up to $10 million per project. Next slide, please. So with all that, that's where Minnesota is currently at, what we've been doing, and how this plays into the next continuing work that we're doing. And so Minnesota's allocation is $252 million, and that was the announcement in the Invest in America with President Biden earlier in June. And this was based, as I said a little bit earlier, on the FCC's unserved mapping of 135 unserved locations with speeds under 25.3. So a little bit definition of what we would define in Minnesota of what unserved areas are. And then also working on our Digital Equity Act pieces. Next slide. So the Digital Equity Act, Minnesota did get around $881,000 to be able to do this planning. We're well underway. We did hire a digital equity lead. We now have a digital equity grants administrator to help with that. And of course, Olu and another community engagement outreach person to really make sure that as we are doing this plan, I say this all the time, it sounds really cliche. I'm sure Teddy's heard me say this, that this is not, at the end of the day, NTIA's plan. It is not the Office of Broadband's plan. What we truly want from this plan is to be a Minnesota active plan that does not get put on the shelf, that does not get checked the box. But during this planning process, we are creating capacity within all of the organizations that are participating in this planning process to be able to then access the capacity grants, because they are closest to the work. They know the communities that they serve every day and have that relationship and trust. So we will be definitely the conduit to help with all of that, the technical assistance, the leader of the plans, but really making this a really Minnesota-centric plan. Next slide, please. And then as many of you know, but this is the definition that we use within our office to have conversations. Really important that all of these areas are understood, that as we are leading this work, that we really focus on those areas of need and understanding what those definitions mean to each groups that we're working with. Next slide, please. again, some of the requirements, which I am assuming a lot of you already know and heard from Jessica, but we are doing inventory, we're doing needs assessments, we're identifying barriers, and we're making sure that all of those things are within our plan and what that means, again, to whatever communities people belong to. And I think, goes without saying, but what does community mean? And for Minnesota, it means all things. It's your place of healthcare, your education. Sure, it can be geographical. It could be based on many different things. So we try to take that holistically in our conversations and how we're going about our work. Next slide. I'm not going to go through this, but again, we do have covered populations that we are not only required with NTIA to make sure that are part of our plans, but really are centered around our work just naturally, I think, within our office, and that I try to lead by example on. Next slide. Minnesota's strategy to be able to do this digital equity work is different, and that's the beauty of all of these plans, is every state does it a little differently. For us, we created what is called digital connection committees. We have over 95 connection committees across the state, and they aren't based because it's a county or because it's a township or a city. It's based on self-selected work groups, totally a voluntary basis, and they really are library groups, senior citizen groups, faith groups, our immigrant populations, workforce, all of the things, whatever that selected work group looks like to them is really important. And the scope of their work is really to receive and share information. With this digital connection committees, we also did create some small micro grants. They were non-competitive grants. We used our planning funds for that. We had budgeted for, and within them, organizations that maybe sometimes are their barrier of participation is because of mileage, is because of small work, covering work costs. And so these $4,000 grants could help make sure that none of people, organizations that wanted to participate, that would be a barrier. So being that they were non-competitive, it also allowed us to mitigate it a little bit more quickly through the state system that we are under too, but really did not want to keep anybody on the sidelines because the cost of staff time or driving would be the barrier. And then what we love about these is they are gathering local information. So they're assessing what their assets currently are, their goals, their needs, and all those things. And as I mentioned earlier, this is an aha moment for me was a couple months ago of just how incredibly engaged these groups are and how much capacity they're creating. And so once we do get to those capacity grants, when we know our dollar amounts to do the work, we already have this wealth of information, this capacity of people and network of partners to help us really do the work. Next slide. And then I think I mentioned a lot of that, but again, with our committees, just really proud of the leadership of Hannah and our team to really be able to engage, and people are excited about this work. And so seeing the Boys and Girls Club, seeing service cooperatives, seeing, workforce agencies, our Native nations, all being able to participate at their own level and willingness and desire has just been really a lot of fun and very rewarding. Next slide. Within that, our data collection is wrapping up. So each of the committees will be sending information off to our team, and then we will be using all that information to develop our digital equity plan. Next slide. Just some more general timelines of where we're going. We do need to submit our plan, our digital equity plan to NTIA at the end of November. So again, and we also do need to do public comment period within that. So we will be soliciting that and excited to get that draft report out. All right, next slide. And then a couple things just wanted to point out that our office has continuing to do is we have been doing broadband mapping since 2009, and we do work with Connected Nation. I think, Jessica pointed out as far as locations when we're doing different grant programs, Connected Nation, and often one of our team members are going to every site doing the speed checks, making sure they're in compliance, making sure that our grant dollars were well used with every site. We do updates every April and October. All of this is on our website. It's a pretty user-friendly program. I am not the most tech-savvy person, and it is easy for me to navigate. We try to share that with communities, with residents, with businesses across the state, so they are able to really aggregate that data based on what their needs are. And next slide. And then also, as I was listening, which you all care very deeply about, is the Affordable Connectivity Program, which we also try to do our very best to get that out there. We know funding is going to run out, so certainly doing our advocacy work to our legislatures to make sure that this is a program that, as we continue to have the infrastructure being built, that people are able to access that in an affordable way. Something a little unique with Minnesota is, though tying it to the free and reduced lunches was great, Minnesota is now a leader, and our school lunches are going to be, we're part of a legislative pass that school districts no longer they'll be free to all students. And so collecting that data might get a little bit more challenging on making sure we have correct numbers on that, but we'll work through it, and we're excited not only for our families to access the lunches, but to continue to push forward the Affordable Connectivity Program too. Next slide. All right, so here's how you get a hold of us. My name is Bree, and so I'm here up at the top, but anybody within our office has access to the general office email address as well as our phone number. I think anybody who knows anyone in our office, we're a very open, helpful, upfront office that really does truly care and sees the impact every day of the work that we're doing. So I am happy to take any questions. I'm glad Jessica got the really, really technical ones, but certainly happy to take a jump in with any questions that all of you may have.
Thank you, Bree. Andy has a question for you.
So you guys are pioneers and early to the table with your broadband office, but technology has changed over the duration of the presence of your office, and we have now more availability for satellite-based systems. How does that impact your planning? Because a lot of the slides that you showed were terrestrial based, pulling fibers, ditch witches, et cetera. What is the transition to more satellite opportunities mean for your work?
Sure. So I would just say that obviously the technology of choice in Minnesota has been and continues to be is the most reliable is fiber. We have a very diverse state. Where I live, it's very bluff country, and satellites don't work. So what I think the focus that Minnesota generally does is, what do communities want, and how can we engage with communities to make sure that they are getting the technology that they need. We do not go into any grant awards without community support, as well as tribal support if on tribal lands. And so if they do not have that community support for whatever the grant technology is, then we will not fund it. We are, at the end of the day, a technology agnostic and recognize that there are different technologies. Full disclosure, I have fixed wireless. I'm up on a bluff. It works great. But that doesn't work everywhere in the state of Minnesota. So what we really try to do is go where the communities are working with the providers to make sure that their residents have what they need and what they want. And they're also making those investments with the amount of dollars that are going in those communities as well.
Thank you.
Joy has a question for you. Go ahead, Joy.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. I was struck by your definition of rural, and perhaps it's because I'm a Californian that being adjacent to a population that strikes me as very low. Santa Rosa, our closest city, is $176,000, and so our vineyards would not qualify as rural. I wonder how that impacts Minnesota agriculture.
Yeah, well, I like to say greater Minnesota, because I am from a rural community for definition purposes. I think we all look at that a little different, even within the state of Minnesota. And with our low population program, we're going to continue to see what that definition is. And how that sort of evolves. When I used to do lineup events for our Senator Smith's office and Senator Franken's before that, we would have ag community or want to do something out in greater Minnesota, and they'd be like, well, we need to go to rural. And often Rochester would be brought up. And I'm like, Rochester, no, Rochester isn't rural. You want to go rural, the town that is adjacent to where I live is 1,200 folks. So it's interesting you bring that up, because I think every state defines it a little bit differently. We're a massive state. It takes, if I was going to drive from one end to the other end, east and west, it's over 7 hours. If I'm going to go straight up north, it might be closer to 10, 12. So we do have areas that, one per pass per 3 miles. And I think that's with the high cost threshold and sort of that collective ability within states to define will really play a factor to all that. So hopefully that sort of answers your question. But I think if you talk to Teddy, he might define rural a little bit different, as well as Olu might define it different. And then, me, I'm out here way southeast Minnesota that defines it even more different. And just for reference, I'm surrounded by corn and beans. So.
Other questions for Bree? Ryan has a question for you.
Bree, thanks for the great presentation. Being surrounded by corn and beans, can you talk to how you think about ensuring that every ear of corn has coverage as well to bring precision agriculture out to those fields that are close by?
Great question. I have to laugh a little bit because the one I did say generally my fixed wireless works. The one time that it goes down is if the field next to me is corn, and right to the end of the season, the tassels just get high enough and we have to go out and just cut out a few of the top stalks on that. But yes, we understand here in greater Minnesota, we work very closely. I think we're fortunate with our Department of Ag Commissioner as well to truly understand what agriculture looks like in Minnesota, and know it's very diverse. And so making sure that our technology and that it is expandable. So, obviously our speeds are 100 by 20, but making sure that they're scalable to what the continuous need and the ever-changing technologies that continue to be created, not only in ag, but everywhere else, that we are recognizing that this isn't just get to here and we're done. And so, yeah, they were out there yesterday actually doing some spraying, and it was all based on technology and mapping it out and all of the things. So it blows my mind where we've been, and it's just a really also exciting time to be part of this. I don't know that I even answered your question, but I did get to share my ear story and cut that out, and that's a true story every 2 years. So,
thank you.
Great. Well, Bree, thank you so much for that presentation. Really good work by the team there, obviously, and lots of work ahead, but that's exciting as well. So thank you for taking the time to being here with us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Great. Okay, we are running a little bit behind on time, so we were supposed to have a break. What we'll do is we'll continue with the presentations. If you do need to step away for a few minutes to take a break, please do so. Lauren's also put that in the chat. And then obviously we'll proceed ahead. Our next discussion is going to be on climate smart initiatives, and we have Bidisha from USDA here with us. I believe you can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly, and we're working on getting the presentation up, and I'll turn it over to you for a quick intro and then the discussion on climate smart initiatives.
Sure, and I think I will just share my screen to show the presentation. I wanted to avoid the complexities of needing to clear a presentation to send over. But my name is Vidisha Bhattacharya. I am a Senior Advisor for Climate and Conservation at USDA. I sit in the Farm Production and Conservation Mission Area, which is so under Secretary Robert Bonney. So we have several federal agencies under our purview, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, the Farm Service Agency, and the Risk Management Agency, as well as the FACT Business Center, which does a lot of our administrative work. So wanted to thank you for all of the invitation to be here. I was told to speak about climate smart initiatives, which there is a lot going on. So hopefully what I cover today will feel relevant and, hopefully can answer some of the questions that come up, and happy to also do follow-ups as they come up. So I'm going to share my screen and just walk through some of the big pieces that are happening in our world here at USDA, and then we'll go from there. So just give me 1 second, and hopefully this works. Are you all able to see that?
Yes, we are.
All right, great. So I'm going to go through a couple of the big initiatives that we have right now in climate smart agriculture. It's a very, very exciting and I would say transformative time. We at USDA, the Secretary and the Biden administration have made clear that agriculture is a really critical piece of, and the sector and producers are critical players in the effort to address climate change. And agriculture is unique because it's both a source of emissions and has great potential, we think, to be a major part of the solution. So that's why there's been a major focus on it. In this administration, Secretary Vilsack has made it one of his top priorities, and we've gotten really, really great engagement and reception from across the sector, from producer groups and a wide variety of other types of stakeholders. And we built our strategy based on stakeholder feedback all along the way. And then there has been, fortunately, a lot of congressional action in this area. So we've also been able to leverage quite a few additional resources. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple of the big buckets that fall under our climate smart agriculture work. I will note that I'm going to focus on the agriculture side of climate smart agriculture. There's also forestry and a lot of work happening in the Forest Service and under our a different mission area than which I sit on forestry. So while I am going to speak about agriculture, know that there is a lot of work happening on forestry. And the other piece, and obviously this group is very interested in connectivity and broadband and things like that. Those are all very relevant to some of the practices that ultimately are deployed, obviously. And the agriculture sector, a lot of that funding also sits in a different part of USDA. So I'm not going to focus deeply on our broadband investments, for example. However, note that there is certainly follow-up that I'm happy to share from folks. And I think you've already probably heard from some of those folks at different meetings as well on what's happening across the department. So with that, see if I can get my slides to advance. All right, so I'm going to start with one of our flagship, perhaps the flagship climate smart agriculture initiative that has been launched by Secretary Vilsack in the last couple of years, and it's called Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities. This came about where we heard and saw great interest in the market in globally and in the US from consumers, from companies, for food and products being produced by the agriculture sector that had climate benefits, essentially. And so where there is a market, but we saw that a lot of barriers to participation and access to that market opportunity because the market isn't organized, that producers do not have perfect information. There's lack of technical assistance. There's a lot of lack of transparency and complexity in adopting the protocols that carbon markets, for example, have set up in order to be able to actually adopt climate smart practices and get credit for the climate benefit of that. So we saw a lot of barriers that there would be a role for government to address. So over the past 2 years, USDA has launched Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities. We announced a $3.5 billion funding opportunity. We're investing over $3 billion in 141 projects that were selected. We had over about $20 billion worth of proposals. So we saw a huge amount of interest in this. And these are partnerships projects. So these are every project has, some projects have as many as 20 partners on them, all coming together to pull together a strategy for three main things. One is actually implementing climate smart practices at scale. So aggregating producers, this is all voluntary incentive based, to actually adopt a variety of practices. Each project is different. We left it very open to say, you define the types, the sector, the type of commodities, the producers, and the practices, and tell us what your plan is. Each of the projects also needs to have a plan for measurement, monitoring, and verification of the greenhouse gas benefits. And that is because we've heard time and time again, and I'm going to talk about this more in a minute too, that the monitoring verification side is really critical to kind of prove up the benefits and to the market, whether it is for companies that are looking to do corporate insetting and address scope 3 emissions, or if it's carbon markets or whatever other market opportunity there is, got to know that the benefit is real and that the practices are being implemented. And so there needs to be different, better ways to do that work for producers. So each of the projects has a plan for that. We're going to learn a lot from what works, what doesn't. And then finally, marketing. So we want to see these products, the commodities actually brought to market. And that's the whole purpose of this entire effort, is to expand markets for producers that are producing climate smart commodities. And so we're building climate smart markets through those sort of three pillars of practice implementation, MMRV, measurement monitoring, and the marketing and promotion of the commodities. And some key principles that we're adhering to all along the way here is, as I just mentioned, this is very much focused on market expansion, this effort, focusing on partnerships. This is not something USDA can do alone, nor should it. There's very, very critical to really lean on partners and a diverse set of partners. Our entire climate smart agriculture strategy is based on voluntary incentives for producers. This is not a regulatory approach. We do not have regulatory authority, and this is really looking at ways to work with agriculture and be responsive to the needs of producers, farmers, ranchers, landowners, et cetera. We want to make sure that we are being open to all producers, so especially small and or underserved producers who have not necessarily always had the opportunities to adopt these types of practices. So it was very important that we were being inclusive to a broad range of agriculture. Early adopters, also folks who have been doing agricultural practices that have climate benefits before, should not be excluded from this effort just because they were doing it early on. And that's one thing we heard time and time again from stakeholders. So we wanted to make sure we designed an opportunity that would cover all types. Just what is a climate smart commodity? This, for purposes of this opportunity, we defined it as a commodity broadly, anything being produced on a farm, ranch, forest, that either reduces greenhouse gas emissions on farm, on ranch, et cetera, or sequesters carbon. So it's really focused on that on farm. 11% of greenhouse gas emissions across the U.S. that are coming from agriculture. There's, of course, ancillary benefits that come from across the supply chain. We were not looking at that as the focus of this opportunity. And the commodities a commodity is defined very broadly in this case, and we wanted to make sure that that was the case. So everything from, fruits and vegetables, obviously corn, soybeans, livestock, indigenous crops, all kinds of things, forestry, timber, etc. And you'll see if you look at the projects that we've selected, they are quite diverse. So I talked a little bit about this, but its key is that producers need to actually be incentivized to adopt these practices. And so there's financial incentives. There's also really important TA and other things that have to go along with this. And we wanted to make sure, again, that small and underserved producers were part of every single project. And so all the projects need to have a plan for including those producers in some way. So the practices that we're funding, there's a whole array of them, and you can, we mostly are following NRCS practice standards, so the existing practices that are funded through our programs, because they are have existing NEPA processes and things, and it's much more efficient for us to put money out the door to do that. However, projects could propose practices that don't align with those standards as well. But this gives you a sense of the array of practices that we're funding through these projects. And, nutrient management, I want to call out here because that is one area where precision ag certainly plays an important role. A little bit more on what the projects that are covering. So you see a lot of fruit and vegetable projects. We've got a lot of beef and livestock. We have projects, everything from hemp to cotton and peanuts, corn and soy, certainly dairy. So quite a variety here. And, we are still in the process of executing the grant agreements for these projects. So they are on a rolling basis, get going live this year. But you'll see we expect the 141 projects have a very impressive federal match, non-federal match. An average of 50% of the project value is being brought is matched. And there's some other fun numbers on here on kind of where what the projects look like. And the partners are super diverse. So we've got a lot of minority serving institutions. We've got tribes and tribal groups. We've got nonprofits. We've got state agencies. We've got private companies. So lots of different types of folks involved. Our estimates is that we're going to reach 60,000 farms, 25 million acres, and create hundreds of new markets for climate smart commodities. And then, we had our climate and economist office develop an estimate on the greenhouse gas benefits, and they came up with about 60 million metric tons over the life of the projects. So obviously, we will have much better understanding of that as these projects get underway over the next 5 years, what that's going to look like as they are actually going live. And so how's the public going to learn from this and be informed? We are collecting a ton of data from all these projects. They are called pilot projects because they are all doing things in a new way and in a different way. And so the main reason to do this is to certainly expand the markets and learn a lot about what it's going to take to expand climate smart agriculture at scale. And so we're going to be doing a lot of information sharing publicly. They're all going to be participating. All the projects are going to be participating in a network. We actually had our first in-person meeting of the Partnerships Network a few weeks ago, and there will be meeting regularly in person. So we're creating a kind of community of practice and learning network. And we're also collecting lots of data that USDA will be summarizing and publishing publicly in public reports. We're certainly being very cognizant of protecting private information of producers, et cetera. So this will be aggregated data, but it's also really critical that we learn from these projects and use that to inform not just our work, but work happening across the sector. If you are interested in learning more about the projects, I just wanted to flag that there is a dashboard online and on our website. So you can click on a state and see all the live projects that are there. This is being updated every week. So you'll see, where there are opportunities for producers in your state, what the commodity is, what types of practices, et cetera. And projects have signups open now. So we are very, very eager to have folks go check it out and see where there might be opportunities. And our website for climate smart commodities is USDA.gov /climate-smart-commodities. So encourage folks to check it out. And as I said, we're going to be continuing to update that website in real time. So that is one big effort that I just covered, the Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities. That was launched and it went live before the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. So then we also got this very exciting opportunity to scale our existing flagship Farm Bill programs through an infusion of resources that Congress and the Biden administration provided to USDA through the Inflation Reduction Act. So the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which does most of our conservation program work that is farmer facing, had an infusion of resources through the IRA in the EQIP program, the RCPP program, CSP, the ASAP program, which is an easement program, and the Conservation Technical Assistance standalone program. So IRA funds went live this year, and we will be ramping up IRA funding in the coming several fiscal years. So lots and lots of opportunities through our existing programs. And the IRA is really focused on climate mitigation. So we have the statute directs NRCS to use the funds specifically on mitigation activities. So similarly to the climate smart commodities definition, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improving carbon storage or sequestration. So we have an initial list of climate smart practices that NRCS will be funding for this fiscal year on our website. That's already under review and will be updated and is being updated continually. There was an RFI that went out that was closed earlier this year, and we got a ton of stakeholder feedback on practices that should go on the list. And so you're going to see that list expand over time. There's a lot of different types of practices that have climate benefits. And so we have a very robust team in NRCS that's thinking through how we continue to improve and expand this list. I wanted to flag that the list does include a nutrient management line item that has several places where precision ag is funded and able to be funded through the IRA. So, and in addition to that, there's other nutrient management and precision ag focused efforts at NRCS right now where there's streamlining of processes, updating the practice standard on how to better enable producers to adopt these technologies, payment rates that are more aligned with the cost of the technology that they're adopting, et cetera. So, and those are pieces that I'm happy to provide more follow-up information on with the technical folks at NRCS if that is of interest. Just wanted to, the Inflation Reduction Act not only covers, or through the Inflation Reduction Act, NRCS is not only covering practices that directly have that greenhouse gas or benefit, but also that there are facilitating practices which are needed in order to implement a greenhouse climate smart practice, and those are also covered under here. So it is quite a large breadth of practices, and as I said, we're gonna see more and more coming online. And there are also, greenhouse climate benefits are important, but NRCS is a holistic conservation agency, so we're always thinking about the multiple conservation benefits of practices, and we'll be looking to make sure that we think about those co-benefits, whether it's water quality, pollinator habitat, wildlife habitat, air quality, whatever it may be, as we move forward here. But the IRA funds must go toward practices that they have to also have that, specific greenhouse gas or carbon benefit. Another important piece, and this is timely because we're going to actually announce our plans for this in the next 24 hours, but there is a piece of the Inflation Reduction Act that covers, that gives NRCS resources to do quantification, basically. So this is the measurement, monitoring, reporting, and verification piece that I also mentioned as part of all of the Climate Smart Commodities project that I covered at the beginning of my presentation. This effort, this funding in the Inflation Reduction Act now gives the agency resources to do this across its programs. So we have stood up a great working group that's very collaborative across multiple federal agencies, working also closely with some of our non-USDA federal agencies across the federal government to stand up a strategy and a set of work streams that are going to do what the statute tells us to do. And I've highlighted here what the main crux of this is, which is, collecting field-based data to assess the greenhouse gas benefits, the carbon benefits of climate smart practices, and then using that data to improve our estimates of our national numbers for ultimately leading into the EPA inventory that measures and tracks where the emissions are for all sectors of the U.S. government, or of the U.S. economy. So we have a big job here, and I'm also pretty confident that we have a really good set of folks thinking about the best way to do this. And we are going to be talking more about this publicly. So look for an announcement today/tomorrow on Secretary Lislak. We'll be able to say more about what we're going to do with the $300 million. But the goal is to really improve our understanding and reduce uncertainty of the climate impacts of and the kind of climate footprint of agriculture and the benefits of these practices across 3 scales. So as we're scaling these practices, whether it's through the Climate Smart Commodities projects, whether it's through our programs, or whether it's totally independently of USDA happening as producers are seeing where the market is shifting and seeing opportunities through various channels, we need to understand at the farm scale how many people are adopting this, what's happening at the farm, on the farm scale, what's happening at our program scale. So what are the impacts of our programs? For example, how can we say what the EQIP practices that are being implemented through the IRA are impacting are having climate benefits? How do we actually estimate that? And then at the national scale, how can we better understand the numbers and the greenhouse gas estimates for agriculture at a national scale? So we have a plan. This graphic sort of talks about the different scales and what needs to happen. We need more and better data. We need to feed those into our models and tools. Those create emissions estimates, and that can feed into national reporting. What is happening on the farm directly feeds up into these aggregated estimates that are really critical for understanding what's going on in the sector. So more to say on that, but it's a very wonky but important piece of the puzzle. And I think really getting better understanding of the data around this piece really underpins everything else, because that provides more certainty to the market, that provides more, and then therefore people are going to understand and I think be able to better support these types of practices and support producers in adopting them. Producers are going to know that they're real and worth adopting. And we also need to make it much easier for producers to actually do that quantification. We can't be asking every single one to do soil samples on every acre that they're implementing a climate smart practice on. That does not make any sense. So there's a lot of different pieces here that we're tackling at the same time. And I just wanted to flag that those are the 2 big pieces that I wanted to cover today: the partnerships for climate smart commodities and the Inflation Reduction Act implementation. There's more going on at the department, so please check out. There's our climate adaptation plans are online for every agency. There's other strategies that NRCS has rolled out for nutrient management. Soil carbon monitoring, CRP is doing soil carbon monitoring. So there's a lot going on there. And our climate hubs are always a resource to develop and deliver that information, make it digestible to stakeholders. So always worth checking in with our climate hubs. And a few other efforts that are relevant potentially. We've got a lot of work and thinking about water issues in the West and how we can leverage and think about our climate smart funding in addressing the water quantity issues. So we rolled out a Western Waters framework, which is sort of like a strategy across a bunch of states to strategically deliver our programs to address water issues. And there's also a nutrient management strategy that's been stood up. So a lot going on. I'm going to stop there and open it up for questions that I hopefully can answer, or at least promise follow up on from our more technical folks. But that's what I've got.
Great. Thank you, Bidisha. Great presentation, good overview. We do have a few questions here for you, so we'll start with Andy.
I wanted to follow up on the first portion of your presentation talking about the research grants that were awarded. You know, ostensibly, these are projects that are going to be looking at future agricultural practices that farmers will implement. And I'm wondering, is there a framework during those grant timeframes to collect data from the researchers on their connectivity problems, their connectivity issues, and their connectivity future requests? Because that would be particularly germane to this group to know that information.
Sure. So the Climate Smart Commodities projects, and they are, I wouldn't even call them research projects. They're very much implementation, because they actually aggregating at scale producers to put those practices on the ground today. I think it's a really good flag. You can see there's a data dictionary online of all the data we are collecting, but there's also a lot of qualitative interviewing and other ways we're going to be collecting information on barriers and challenges that these projects are going to be facing. And I am sure that we'll be hearing about connectivity challenges, et cetera, that come from the projects that are implementing technologies that require strong connectivity and internet. So I'll note that down and happy to follow up. But I think that's a really good flag as something we should make sure to collect information on and see how we can share that back with this group over time.
Thank you.
Other questions? Trying to see. Dr. Bajwa?
Thank you, Bidisha, for that enlightening presentation about the climate plan. My question may be a little bit out of your area to answer, but I am wondering that USDA has several sub-agencies. For example, NRCS works with a lot of farmers on conservation plans. FSA works with almost every farmer or rancher, right? So rural development work with the rural community. So if you bring all these sub-agencies together, to understand where connectivity is available and where it is lacking, and therefore farmers are disadvantaged from utilizing these programs like what you were talking about. So my question is there any coordinated effort within USDA with all these numerous sub-agencies offering programs and support for farming community to understand connectivity challenges on farmlands?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I believe that there is some of that happening through particularly our broadband programs that happen through rural development. And then, I would be curious, so I'm asking the same question, but I would be curious if that's also happening through some of our research agencies as they're doing the annual surveys and things like that. It's a great point. I think a lot of the program delivery happens also through kind of like physically going into a county office, obviously, et cetera. But there are, connectivity is so critical to being able to, especially in this day and age, to be able to stay connected and understand and be able to make good use of not just USDA programs, but as the private sector is providing services and things. So that is my, as you predicted, my half-guess answer, but I think, again, also something I'm happy to follow up on and provide more information on.
Thank you.
Great. Heather has a question for you.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. And we actually are farmers in Central Illinois, so not just technologists on this committee. And on our farm, we'd entered into some carbon credits, and we're trying to do a lot of what you might call climate smart practices, but we call it just it makes sense for soil health where we're at in the world, given our soil types. But I guess I want to get specific. I'm stepping aside from the precision ag implication here for a moment to just really understand who will decide what models. Like you said, it is not financially feasible to take these in-depth soil samples to actually try to measure carbon every year on every acre, even per acre, let alone the way we soil sample will be multiple per acre.
Yeah.
So who will decide which models get built out? Because I know even on our farm, when we even look at the science of soil health, there are so many different tests and standards that you can try to measure for. And I'm just really curious how this is going to play out. And I'm just trying to do the math because I'm adding up, 19.5 billion there and 300 million here, and you're talking real money at some point. And we might get 60 million tons of reduction over 5 years out of an annual rate of 6,340 million. So it's really kind of that cost benefit on a macro scale that's really running through my head here. So how do we figure out what models we're going to use?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, and I think that's the big question. So when we came at this, that was sort of the big question, and saying, how do we even start to answer that? We did actually put out a request for information in early 2021, sort of in more words, asking that, saying, what should US do? Should we set up a standard and standards and standard protocols and things like that to sort of help quiet the noise in the market? We, USDA, should it be, what else, what should our role be? We heard a lot of different things and basically said, we've got to do some learning here. So that's the climate smart commodities piece, the 141 pilot projects. The intention was to require each of them to figure out a better way to deal with the problems that you're dealing with. So we're going to have 141 projects doing it in 141 different ways. We're going to learn from that. Congress has asked us through the Growing Climate Solutions Act now to come up with basically a certification process to say, we're not going to actually create our own standard right now. They haven't told us to do that, but they've said to help us create a way to help people know which ones are the good ones. And so that's something that's in parallel now happening. That just passed at the end of last year. So we're going to be implementing that, which is going to be part of what you're talking about. And then because all of this is now really live, we are having that exact same conversation to say, what is the USDA's role in sort of further going down that road of standards potentially to help kind of reduce some of the noise? We don't know the answer yet, but I think that's exactly the question we're going to try to get a better answer for over the next couple of years. And I think the implementation of all these different ways of doing it, we're going to learn a lot from to see where are there better ways to kind of reduce some of that burden. And then what I hope you will tune into to see what we're rolling out tomorrow is and I will just provide a preview now, which is like we're going to be investing a bunch of money in soil carbon testing. Like USDA is going to be doing this, and also understanding the climate impacts at scale of methane and nitrous oxide reduction practices, so that we can build a better data set over time that is going to help make a lot of this a lot more efficient. Because ideally, we should just know that if you did this in your place with your soil type and your whatever, our models should be able to just spit out a number eventually. And if we had better data, we could do that. And then you wouldn't have to be soil testing, so that is where we should be going in terms of our role as building out better understanding and data on what the impact is of this type of effort for the farmer. And that's where we need to go. Now, how that translates into like what our role is in developing or standards or providing guardrails for standards across all of these different protocols, that I don't know yet. We don't know yet. But I will say we're going to be doing a whole lot more to better bolster our understanding of what the impacts are of the practices that you're doing, so that you don't have to go out there and be collecting samples on it. And so that's where we need to get to, because it is absolutely not feasible at scale to do what you're being asked to do. So
I think it's my hope that there is some really rich and deep scientific debate about what those models would look like, because it's too easy, or it concerns me that we might get entrenched in one model that doesn't accurately reflect or portray multiple variables, at some point. And additionally, just soil types alone being one of those variables.
Yep.
So I thank you very much for your time and description here. And I also hope, as a farmer who's who's walked the walk, basically, it's our experience that it is not a source of income. It hasn't even offset the cost of the software, let alone the cover crop seed or the additional management and opportunity costs associated with some of these soil health practices. So I just want to keep some reality, keep it real.
Yeah.
As we move forward. So thanks.
And that's exactly what we have to figure out, is like, if it's not worth it for a producer, they're not going to do it. Like, it has to pay.
Right.
Other questions? Nisha, I have one question for you, and I think it kind of relates to earlier. Obviously, with the verification aspect and the collection of data, there's the connectivity implication, right? Do you have the connectivity to collect the data? Do you foresee where, whether it's the Reconnect program from RUS or other programs, being tied to some of the information getting back on the climate smart initiatives? Meaning, if we had better connectivity in these regions, for example, or in these specific areas, we would get better data back to make sure we hit that target of 60,000 farms and 25 million acres.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely going to have to make those connections. I think these projects are being done at such a scale that we are going to see that, and projects that are using things like remote sensing and other types of technologies are going to need that connectivity. So I think there's definitely going to be cross-pollination across as we see where those gaps are. Okay. And just like our IRA implementation too, right? Like, as we're massively scaling up NRCS's reach on conservation practice implementation and the ones that require the connectivity, I think we're going to need to make those connections across, for sure.
Great. Well, thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so we appreciate you taking the time to be here with us today to go over the Climate Smart initiatives. I thought that was a really good overview, and appreciate your time and willingness to be here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and look forward to seeing what ideas you guys have for us. So.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so we caught up on time, just 6 minutes behind now. So it's time for our lunch break. It's 12:21 Eastern at the time, so let's get back on schedule at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. So for those of us here in the room, we'll go out to lunch. For those of you online, we'll see you back online at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, everybody had a good break. We just had to troubleshoot some power issues here, and now we're all getting power on all our devices, and we're good to go. So hopefully, you can hear us okay, you can see us okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. So picking back up again, two really big things remaining on our agenda for today. One is around the discussion that Dr. Adeline and Michael Gomes will take us through. And then the second piece will be our discussion on the working group. So with that, I don't know if Dr. Adeline or Michael Gomes, we do have the slides we will share for you. Not sure who's going to lead us into the discussion.
Sure thing, if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We can do whatever you want.
Yeah, Michael, that'd be awesome. If you could just give us a little bit of an overview of the conference you attended, some of the insights you got, and obviously we can have the presentation up here in a second. That'd be great.
Sure thing. So Dr. Adeline and I both independently had attended a conference in at the University of Nebraska. It's the National Agricultural Data Cooperatives group, and so that came through. There you go, the National Agricultural Producers Data Cooperative. That was the word that I was missing. And so that was a conference held in June. And so it was attended by, it was the bringing together of a number of different data entities as part of a grant to be able to have, to begin to be able to enable data sharing. Dr. Adeline, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that's a good synopsis of what we heard.
Perfect. So if we could go to the first slide. So there was kind of three key takeaways, and the first of these was that that data beyond it, data obtains its highest value when it's beginning to be shared and aggregated. So today, that's in many cases individual company specific platforms. But what we see is that now as producers are working with their various trusted advisors, that this becomes elements of a data lake or a repository. That these data lakes are beginning to enter the landscape. They facilitate safe and secure data storage, use, aggregation, permissions-based sharing, and various comparative usage. And so that's enabling the creation of additional and incremental value from that data beyond the value at the producer level only. And the idea is that do producers get value from their data? They do. But really where they get the most data is they get the most value when they begin to share that data with their trusted advisors, similar to the way that you might share your financial data with your public accountant in order to get advice about how to better average your spending with respect to tax spending, those kinds of things. And so we were recognizing the fact that these data lakes are beginning to enter the landscape, and that as connectivity enables those, we need to be prepared for that. Dr. Adeline, anything you want to add on that point?
No, I think that you've got it.
Okay, perfect.
Mike, was there any, did they give any maybe specific examples, or can you recall any examples that was given as far as the value created?
We do, and we've got those in a couple of later slides.
Okay, we'll wait till then. Yeah.
Yep. Dr. Adeline?
Next slide.
All right. Yeah, next slide. There you go. This would be one of those examples, Teddy. And so this was an example from the Ag Data Coalition. I actually happen to be a member of that one. And so in this case, you see the farmer, and then the farmer he might be sharing data with, whether that's the university researcher, the seed or chemical company, the banker, the landlord, the insurance agent, elements of government reporting, different things like that. So the farmer that producer has data and its various sources, from equipment, possibly from animals, from irrigation systems, from climate sensors, things like that. And so the idea is that farmer, and he may also have service providers like custom operators or various service providers around agronomy or nutrition and things like that. And that in many cases, he needs to be able to share data first with those people, and then also he might have some other tertiary people to share that data with. Next slide. So in this case, the idea is that this was, again, a slide from the Ag Data Coalition. The idea was, why are they doing it? Well, it's to enhance not just the profit of the operation, but protect it, help organize the data, simplify that data. In this case, it's a not-for-profit, so it's a neutral, safe location for that unconnected, for those various devices, to be able to bring that data together. And so in this case, the Ag Data Coalition was putting it together as it's organized as a not-for-profit by a number of industry entities, primarily to enable data sharing between the farmers and their trusted advisors, most specifically the ag retail. Next slide. Dr. Adeline, I think this is your slide.
You bet. So the idea was to take the United States and divide it into 8 geographic locations. And there's a precedent for this. The NSF did the same thing with research land-grant universities and divided the country into 4 locations. So there is a model that certainly universities are familiar with. And I think the reason for the 8 locations really is because of the type of farming. And if you go to the next slide, if you can see by this map, there are similar farming practices in how they divided up the country. And so it was important that you have some continuity and dialogue of similarities. Now, certainly 8 regions are going to be able to work together. But the idea is that the land-grant universities can work with the farmers in the area, farmers in the region, to help with best practices. I know Heather this morning asked the USDA about, sequestration and what are the best practices. Well, this type of arrangement is going to allow the development of best practices that are actually relatable. So it's not California telling Illinois that here are the best practices in your area. So it will help in that. The other thing it will do is allow for educational efforts to be shared in these regional. I can tell you right now that South Dakota State and North Dakota State, in Minnesota and Nebraska, we have extension specialists that cover the area depending on what their expertise is. So it's a model that's being used quite effectively. So I also want to point out on those last 2 slides, Heather, I thought of you when you gave your presentation at our last meeting, where you talked about the farmer being the center of control, and that the data and how it's used and who uses it and for what reasons is going to be extremely important if we're going to get buy-in. So the minute I saw those slides, I said, I'll have their slide.
Or a Heather question slide. You're expecting my hand to just shoot up like this, weren't you?
Exactly.
So go ahead and answer that one. So how does this bring the farmer's data?
Exactly. So with this going forward, I think it's important that the various working groups within this task force think about, as they make recommendations related to getting the word out about precision ag connectivity, the educational efforts, knowing, the goals of this group. There's certainly some areas where collaboration could happen, and we could impact or have further strengthen the ideas that they have going forward. I think Michael will agree with me. The unsaid piece of this conference was we assume that connectivity is going to be widespread and available to all for us to be able to be successful at any one of these pieces that we're trying to do.
Absolutely. And so that's probably one of the biggest things is people are beginning to run into elements of the connectivity challenge. And so that's where, like we've seen from earlier today. And so it's we're bringing these pieces up so that then you can understand things that we see will naturally evolve into the landscape.
Yep. Next slide. So Nebraska Extension put this together, and I thought of this as a Heather slide, because you can see the various elements. I don't know where Heather is in that. I think she's on the machine right there. But you can see the various elements that go together.
Okay. All right.
But you see the various elements, and it creates this life cycle of data collection and refinement, and then understanding of what that data meant, and feeding it back into the system to help improve what we're doing with this information collected during the precision ag operation. So it's just a model of what can be done for a feedback loop to improve, and that's the intent with all this connectivity, is to collect the data and improve the outcomes, whether that be financial or health of the operation, or verification of what's going on. Michael, do you have something to add to that one?
The only thing I would add is this is a good example of how the land grant universities through extension are already doing the research and pieces. They're creating elements of the IP so that then it can be easily shared, right? It can be easily shared and utilized through things like the data lakes or through engagement with stakeholders. Those same stakeholders need to be able to share the data back with them. And in many cases, in doing so, it may be subject to the Freedom of Information Act or different things like that. And that's why these kind of structures begin to become necessary, or how they evolve into the landscape would be my point.
Excellent. Next slide.
So, and this third slide came up kind of through a conversation that I'd had with Teddy, right? Is that in many cases, we're following the example of medical data, where aspects of the attached report or the recommendation, right? And so elements of this are that for example, the Strategic Advisory Group on Smart Farming, organized by the ISO organization, did a nice job of framing up how these things come into the landscape. And so the idea that there are these structures, and that people are going to begin to be able to utilize these pieces, so that then we can continue to use those. There's also a question about the Freedom of Information Act, and so in many cases today, there was a question about the Freedom of Information Act. And so this was one of the reasons why a number of the land grant universities had got involved with the Ag Data Coalition, was because when their data stakeholders share data with public domain institutions, in many cases that data is then under the Freedom of Information Act. And so the collaborators on farm may may have concerns that now people know where they are, people know where their plots are, people know where their experimental plots are, so that then they could be subject to bad actors, things like that. And so that's
I think we lost Mike there. Oh.
So, yeah, we okay?
Yeah, you're back now.
All right, perfect. Thanks. Sorry about that. And then, so next slide. Yeah, so this was the conference that we went to. We've shared the link below of how they had put it together. This was a collaboration between the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, the USDA, and then NEFA. And so this was the example of the research team that has been driving this particular effort. And so we wanted to share that information. The conference was attended by about 80 different attendees from throughout the United States, and they've got various collaborators, one of which was the Ag Data Coalition and other groups that are working on elements of being able to enable data producers to share their data and conversations around that. But coming out of this, really the three big things were that First of all, that data lakes are looming into the landscape. First of all, everybody takes connectivity for granted, that the data lakes are looming into the landscape, that land grant has a very strong role in this, and that our default model is effectively the medical model for data sharing. Dr. Adeline, anything from you?
I think one interesting note, Michael, I don't know, was that the libraries were involved in this conference. It's not you would expect producers, you would expect researchers, technical people, but the libraries really feel they have a key role in how you maintain data, catalog data. And so that was a fascinating little piece at this conference.
Okay. I don't know. I can't remember if we have one more slide or not. Is there one more or no? That's the last one. Yeah. So the last one was just giving some examples of what we had talked through, whether it's the smart sensoring and monitoring, the analysis and planning, and then the smart control, and how all of these things are driven through a cycle, right? And it involves a number of the pieces, such as the various sensors, but also the software applications, and then bringing the data together in order to create some version of information. Dr. Bajwa, you had a question?
I was going to wait until you finished. Are you done with the presentation?
Sure, that was our last slide.
Okay.
This is more of a conversation anyway.
All right. My question is, who is hosting the data? It looks like a UNL, but data shared in a public university platform. Those data are still subjected to Freedom of Information Act, and what role USDA is playing. It may be subjected to the same problem. If somebody requests that data, they have to share. So I am just curious, who would be owning the data? Who will be hosting the data?
Right, and so that's where, and we've our group, we've heard from the Ag Data Transparency standards folks, and they stood up the Ag Data Transparency. Todd Jansen spoke to us. He has 38 different organizations that are following that standard. Most people don't debate who owns the data. The person who collects the data owns the data, and the challenge is that they put the data into these repositories, right? And they share that data in many cases, and so that's why an item like the Ag Data Coalition came up, because we that evolved in 2016. We stood that up. It evolved from 11 to 16. To 2016, where it was organized as a not-for-profit, right, rather than for a company. It was a collaboration of industry stakeholders, right? And so today there are many individual company platforms that have elements of security, but when users share their data, right, and so one of the first things is do users have the ability to get their raw data back out of it, so that then they can take it with them transparently. And the other thing is that when they share their data, in many cases, they might use tools or techniques, and so that then derivative data or work product is created. And then once that work product is created, who owns that? Because in many cases, nobody debates today that the producer owns the data. The hard part is once you share the data, once you begin to once you use the website to filter the data, to filter out outliers and begin to do some manipulations, now who owns the data, right? Because now it's elements of a derivative product. And so, and what are your rights? What are your ability to get that data back? There are a number of those kinds of things that are in the landscape that are, and so we were bringing those up primarily for elements of this committee to be able to recognize those and be able to understand where parts of that discussion are going, and that the things that we're talking about will loom into parts of those discussions. Dr. Adeline, anything to add?
Just like Chicago, absolutely at the conference, it was noted that the universities wouldn't be housing the data. The question was, how can the researchers get access to the data and be able to derive new information that would be available to put back out to the community? So it was quickly recognized that you can't have necessarily a University of Nebraska hosting all these big data sets.
Okay. Again, I'm still a little bit confused. So if Topcon or Topcon is one of the members there I saw, or John Deere, which I didn't see there, but if they are going to participate in this, they will be sharing their cloud with this platform, and they can choose who else will have access to their data. Is that a correct statement or not?
I would say that today, if individual platforms, they're enabling individuals data sharing from one platform to another. And today, that's company specific, right? There's no one single answer to this. Why an example of an additional different answer would be the Ag Data Coalition standing up a not-for-profit so that they begin to do that, right? The idea is that there isn't one single answer to this, and so we brought these up because these are examples of challenges that are beginning to loom into our landscape, if you will.
Yeah. Okay.
Again.
So, Srikala, some of the reporting out at the conference was researchers trying to come up with models where data could be shared and, benefit the larger community on how would that actually work. So exactly, they're trying to identify the issues like you're talking about, and what are some models. And as Michael said, there may be different types of models. But it's in the end, we know that the more we can share data and create these larger data lakes, the more we'll be able to tweak out the nuanced answers that we're looking for.
Yeah, and I want to underline. So first of all, Michael Gomes, I don't know, we're having in the room, we can kind of hear you, but we're having a harder time hearing you. I don't know if it's the connection for the Bluetooth or whatnot, but. Just a FYI there. If we ask you a couple questions a couple times, that's why.
No problem.
One of the reasons for bringing this up wasn't necessarily like, hey, you should know this, or this is something we should consider. It's more of I think both of you went to the conference. There's some interesting problems coming up that can be solved. Not necessarily there's a specific solution for it, but as we think about making recommendations or positioning. Things to think about for both the FCC and the USDA, this is an issue that probably needs to be considered, right? And there's some potential things here with land-grant universities and some sort of a centralized platform or something where land grants want to get access to, not necessarily the personally identifiable data or the farm identifiable data, but just more of the trends potentially that you could get some insights from. So the idea is, again, this is more for comment and discussion, is just let's think through this, and are there specific things we can point out in our recommendation back to the agencies? Is that correct to position it that way?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Teddy, we've been talking about security related to all this connectivity, and that was quite evident in the discussion. So there are more communities that are working around the issue that will be impacted by the connectivity that we can provide. And so knowing what they're thinking about and maybe informing us as we move forward will be very helpful.
Got it. The one question I had is on when you took the map of the United States, broke it out into 8 regions. Obviously, there's a lot of land-grant universities within each region. Was the idea that those universities in those regions would try to work together, or was it just the idea that the data would be separated in those 8 regions? And did you hear anything around that? Anything? Yeah.
So the idea would be work together, and extension, the regions for the extension service in the U.S. is similar to that 8 regions that you see there. So there is already that working environment among researchers and extension.
Got it. Okay.
Would also add that in many cases, land-grant universities from different regions are collaborating so that then you get a larger, for example, Purdue is collaborating with UC Merced and 2 other universities. And so in some cases, land-grant universities from various regions may be collaborating to bring together data, is another point.
Got it. Okay. Other questions, comments from task force members?
I can always tee up a question.
Andy says he can always have a question, so go ahead.
So, we're at the finish line here for the Farm Bill. I'm just wondering, in the discussions that you heard, whether anyone had some projections of what it would cost for this coordination. And I always wonder who's working on the conversations on Capitol Hill to make this happen, for this collaboration across these regions.
There wasn't, cost wasn't specifically spoken about, but there were a number of things as it was in Nebraska. Nebraska had the Precision Ag Loan Act, and so they had talked about elements of these kinds of pieces of legislation that enable adoption and incentivize adoption and or subsidize or continue to help strengthen those things. But nobody showed up with a here's our estimate of the bill kind of thing.
Okay, so now I have a follow-up question here. And so the conversation that you guys just led us through, which was fantastic, also made me think of this project that's out there called Open Teams, and they may well have been at your conference, where there's a token passing security arrangement where they believe that the data repository should be more oriented around the USDA versus any other entity, because the USDA is more of a neutral repository. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I would certainly, I mean, that there are, one example provided, and one of the examples that was there was the Ag Data Coalition. That's organized as a not-for-profit. It's a collaboration of industry members. Is it unique in the United States? No, there are a couple of other ag data cooperatives in different areas. It's unique because of the stakeholders and organized as a not-for-profit. But certainly you can begin to see that elements of these data lakes will begin to continue to evolve into the landscape, and that we need to be prepared for that, because elements of the connectivity is enabled by that, and they enable data sharing and the creation of value to that data through sharing with the trusted advisors and the various stakeholders to the producer. That could include things like the government. It could include things like government reporting. Could include things like your crop insurance. It could include a number of different aspects of
that. Thank you.
Julie has a question.
Thank you. It's really in response to Andy's first question. We did have Dr. Joe Luck meet with us our last meeting. They are applying for a phase 3 grant that's open with NEFA now. So I do know it's a continuous grant to essentially get to recommendations around a data privacy agreement. What I can do for the task force is Dr. Luck outlined their benchmarks for each phase and also what they need to accomplish for a phase 3, and share that back with the task force.
Great, thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments? All right, I'm not seeing any, so Mike and Dr. Adeline, thank you very much. That was really good, and I think that accomplished the mission, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we were supposed to have a break, but I think since we just got back, I think we can go a few more things and then take a break. That actually would be good to take a break between the working group discussions. So I would say let's go ahead and get started with the first working group update. This is the mapping and analyzing connectivity in agricultural lands. I know there's a presentation that we'll put up in a second. But again, this is very much of a, not just an update, but a discussion. So we're starting to get into the spot where we're starting to finalize the body of the overall report. So there's 4 sections, 1 for each working group. And then today, the discussion is primarily around the recommendations that will be in the body, but also will be extracted and put a little bit into the executive summary. So, so for obviously those on this working group, you can add some more color as we go through the material. For those who are not on this working group, this is the time to have discussion, questions, comments that the group can take back as well. So with that, Dr. Bajo, I believe you're up first, so we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Teddy. I'm going to share my screen here.
Sounds good. And we can see it.
Okay. If there is any trouble seeing it, please let me know. Can you all hear me okay?
We can see the material and we can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Okay, great, great. So I have some great farm pictures for everybody. You know, Heather last time inspired me with her wonderful presentation. So these are some pictures from Montana here. Well, getting into the business, we are the mapping and analyzing connectivity on agricultural lands.
Dr. Bajo, just quickly, that when you go into presentation mode, it's showing us the presenter view on the screen. So I don't know if there's a way to.
Okay.
Or you can just keep it the way it was before. That was fine too.
Let me see.
It's a good picture too.
Yeah. Oh, this is.
We entered the Hall of Mirrors.
Oh. Yeah, right. I know. I know. Let me see.
No, do it. So, yeah.
Yeah. So
it's still showing the presenter view, right?
Yeah. If you go to the display set at the top of your screen, there's a, like in the presentation side, there's a display settings.
Okay.
And you can just say mirror presentation or something like that.
Display setting.
It's at the top of that, yeah, very top of that screen. Oops.
Not sure where it is.
You have to, yeah.
Display setting, I see that now.
And then say
duplicate.
Yes, here we go.
So, okay, let's see. Okay, thank you, Teddy.
There you go.
Yeah, great. All right, I went. I need to go back now. So we are the mapping and analyzing connectivity working group, and we have our members of the group listed here. Lynn Follensby is the vice chair, and we also have liaisons from FCC and USDA. And this is, everybody worked hard and contributed to our report and this final presentation. So just to remind everybody, we will mention our charges to our working group. We had 3 pointers in our charge to identify and measure current gaps in the availability of broadband internet access. Second was to recommend specific steps in the FCC, specific steps that FCC should take to obtain reliable and standardized data measurements. And the third was to recommend specific steps that the FCC should consider to ensure that the expertise of the USDA and available farm data are reflected in future broadband programs. So just summarizing how we went about our work, our working group discussed the charges given to us and looked at the report from last working group to assess, to decide what the working group needs to address next. And we brought in 19 guest speakers who are experts in industry, academia, and the government. And based on our discussions, we divided the group into our working group into 4 subgroups to look into 4 different aspects we wanted to follow. Those 4 different aspects included policies, resources, and the cultural awareness to aid broadband data mapping. Second was mapping negative spaces or on agricultural lands and the gaps in current broadband data collection program. Third was a multi-agency collaboration on data collection and sharing, and the fourth was what should we map, the level of coverage and resolution and all that kind of stuff. And we, in the middle of our working, in the middle of this last 1.5 years, the BDC map came out, and then our group that came out right around when we were submitting our interim recommendations. So our group, our subgroups went back and looked at, experimented with the BDC map, and then discussed, now that this map is available, what else we need, or whether this map is providing the users what they anticipate, or is being useful to the farming community. So based on that, we came up with some recommendations. I will jump into the recommendation. So first recommendation is relating to BDC map usability enhancement for precision agriculture applications. And our recommendation is that FCC should add the following information to improve the usability of the current BDC map for precision agriculture. As those of you who deals with farms and fields know that not every field has an address associated with the field. So our recommendation is to include alternative lookup descriptors in addition to the ability to look up a location based on a service address. Right now, address is the only thing you can put in to find a location. So we suggest including the following alternative lookup descriptors in order to help the producers find their fields or farms: county, parish or borough, municipality, township or subdivision, zip code, and geo coordinates. The other recommendation, point under this recommendation is that wireless coverage is regarding wireless coverage mapping. Extend existing coverage hexagonal sizes used in the FCC map. The current zoom level is a good starting point for wireless coverage. We think 25 acres is covered in one hexagon right now. That is the resolution. And we are recommending that when there is greater data density available, support a more granular zoom level up to 100 meters across the hexagon. And again, not every place may have that level of data, but if there is that dense data, then the farming sector will, or the agricultural producers would benefit if we have a much finer resolution there. And the last suggestion under this recommendation is to add agricultural structures. Examples would be irrigation. This is for the location fabric data. The agricultural structures such as irrigation systems, grain bins, barns, water tanks, RTK towers, farm sheds and shops. This would be important for for the producers. Our recommendation 2 is regarding the BDC verification data layer. Currently, there is one layer of data that is from the way I understand it, it is produced from provider reported data, but other landowners or businesses can challenge if that data are not correct and correct it. What we are recommending is that FCC should include a separate verification data layer into the existing BDC interface, showing where the existence and performance of connectivity has been independently verified. This will augment the existing data layers that show where connectivity is expected. And the third-party data source should be included in this verification data layer, and we recommended before that there should be a standard set of key performance indicators included in this third-party data. So I have listed a number of things. Again, we are suggesting that FCC consider and come up with the standard set of data for reporting purpose in verification data layer. So network performance data could be part of that, provider network details, test location, active connection type, wireless RF metrics, and the data source. And those are some of the KPIs we recommend, and the data sources where we said the third-party verification layer, but the data sources may include state broadband office data, federal connectivity data sets, tribal broadband data, and private third-party data sets. Our recommendation 3 is regarding a framework for defining served, unserved, and underserved and unverified lands. And this is where we are recommending that FCC partner with the USDA and adopt a framework. We have details of that framework in our report, as described in our report, to determine and map unserved agricultural lands. We also refer to them as negative spaces, and underserved agricultural lands, and develop a visualization platform hosted by ARS with the necessary funding to support the broadband mapping needs and of the agriculture community. In fact, we had somebody from ARS come and talk to us a couple of years back, and they already have a visualization platform developed. Although I don't mention it here, we also recommend in our report that the crop data layer and this USDA NAS developed the crop data layer, and the USGS developed the pasture data layer be the base layer in this map, and with the FCC BDC data being the current data of connectivity be displayed on top of that base layer. So the framework we are suggesting is that the 4 different colors are the color scheme we recommend that FCC use. The red is unserved, whether provider data or verification data indicate. In that case, if provider data or verification data indicate no broadband availability, that would be the negative space, or that would be the unserved space. Unverified, we used the blue color. The BDC data indicates availability on the land, but there is no verification data available. The underserved would be BDC data indicates broadband availability, but the verification data indicates that the available services do not meet the performance and the reliability threshold required for agricultural broadband use cases. And the last one, green, is verified data. The BDC data show and the verification data confirms that broadband is available for agriculture use cases at the expected performance level. Our recommendation 4 is regarding interagency cooperation. While listening to guest speakers, we realized that many people are collecting and mapping broadband connectivity at the state level or county level or a tribal level. So our recommendation is that the USDA should be directed to establish an interagency coordinating council focused on broadband connectivity data collection, verification, and mapping of broadband coverage on agricultural lands as well as native farmlands to address the broadband connectivity challenges facing these communities. The council should include USDA, the National Telecommunication and Information Administration, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the U.S. Census Bureau, and the FCC. The council should also consult with the National Association of Counties and other state, local, and tribal government organizations to develop a comprehensive strategy for improving mapping and expanding broadband access on agricultural lands. And we also suggest that the council should be directed to meet quarterly and to provide biannual updates on its work to the House and the Senate Agriculture and Appropriations Committee in Congress until the next Farm Bill, not the 2023 Farm Bill, but the 5 years from then. And we also recommend to USDA that USDA has many agencies that are participating or that has a stake in broadband connectivity. As we heard earlier today, NRCS, FSA, ARS, NAS, there are many more agencies there. All of them are not coming to my mind now, but sub-agencies there. So we are recommending that they coordinate internally to address the lack of connectivity on agricultural lands. Specifically, the USDA should be directed to establish an intra-agency within USDA task force to coordinate broadband connectivity and mapping related efforts across relevant internal sub-agencies. Our last recommendation is regarding adopting connectivity use case driven standards for data and mapping, data collection and mapping purposes. We realized that, or our working group realized that agricultural operations are primarily a mobile endeavor, and the current BDC focuses on fixed locations as opposed to mobile geographical areas. This is for resource distribution. Therefore, we recommend that precision agriculture connectivity profiles or use cases required to enable current and future precision agriculture adoption are incorporated into the map on a geographical basis of less than 25 acres based on the connectivity demand working group recommendation. So we came up with 3 use cases, and I know there was a recommendation to include a 4th case here, but our working group felt that the negative space is adequately covered in our 3rd recommendation here. On the 3rd recommendation I talked about, but the 3 cases we identified here are, the real-time heavy data processing use cases, such as where artificial intelligence and autonomous and robotic agricultural machine-driven technology are used, and they require a high bandwidth, low latency connection profiles. So that's one of the use case. The second use case is real-time telematics data communication needs for farm machinery operational needs. If there is some breakdown in a machinery, letting somebody, the farmer, the operator, or somebody know about it, or livestock health and well-being, real-time monitoring is required, or irrigation system operations. So that's, that doesn't require high bandwidth. So that is the second use case we identified. And the third use case is asynchronous bulk data transfer needs, such as a whole field mapping with a drone or field robots that would help to make decisions for the future. So we are mapping today, but we don't need to use that data real time. We can, end of the day, we can or at a low use time, we can transfer that data. So examples may include mapping soil fertility for future fertilizer applications, or crop senescence for harvesting decisions, and things like that. So I also want to thank the guest speakers who came and talked to us. We had, I thought, 17 presenters or experts who came and talked to our working group. And finally, I want to thank all our wonderful team members, and I already thanked the expert speakers who presented to our working group. That is my presentation. Let me see if I can.
As you take off the share there, great job there of kind of putting together a lot of information received both from the previous task force, the previous working group, the speakers that came, and kind of aggregating all that information. So that's good. So any questions, comments? I think there's more coming. So Michael Gomes, I'll let you go first.
Thanks, Teddy. Dr. Boswell, thanks very much. Very good presentation. On your recommendation number one of the items that I noticed that you didn't mention was the common land unit, which is typically one of those that's used today as part of agricultural reporting, specifically to the government. Did you consider that, or was it not a consideration?
Common land unit, did you say?
Yeah, CLUs. Yeah, they're pretty common. Very common.
So we had a discussion. I know in the Dakotas we have the section number and that kind of identifier that we use. What I heard from the working group is, Michael, you may step in and address that. What I heard in our working group is that there is no common standard used across the country. In different regions, there are different setup. Are we wrong in our understanding, Michael? Is there a nationally used common standard?
So today, most of your applications reporting is by township section range, but within that there are individual common land units. It's called a CLU. I'll send you some information on it.
Okay.
It's not as common as it needs to be. It's not as simple as an easy national standard, but it's I think based on what you're looking at, you really need to look at CLUs as one of your 5 types. That's for sure.
We can certainly do that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. The second point I had was on your recommendation number 5.
Okay.
Point number A, because it was elements of I wasn't sure if you looked at it from the perspective of of edge computing. The idea that the machine will have some amount of a curated library on it between the tractor and the implement, so it won't be dependent on the connectivity quite so bad, in the fact that in many cases the machines, because they have considerable computing power between tractor and implement, the idea that there will be a curated database of information from which to make very, very quick decisions, so that then the decisions in field are not dependent upon the connectivity. That was my only other point, and you covered it a little bit in your use case 3, in the fact that you take the data payload off in a non-critical time, but I think that there's something there as well.
We still felt that, Michael, there may be some, since we are bringing in artificial intelligence into all fields, there may be some applications that may want to transfer data back and upload or download, or maybe both, for making real-time decisions. For example, a sprayer going on the field, trying to figure, there may be some data in the tractor, but one of the biggest challenges in agriculture is looking at the appearance of the crop and making a decision whether it is a disease, a a pathogen, like a aphid or something like that, or it is a fertility issue, those kind of decisions, we felt that there may be some applications where you need to get access to a model online or a database online or something. So, but I get your point, hopefully future machines will have more data curating capability on board.
Okay. Jennifer has a question for you.
Actually, just a comment and a thank you. I was really happy, I believe it was recommendation 2 or 3, to see the definition for unserved, served, and so forth. I think having a common framework is critically important, especially when some of the frameworks include a variety of terrestrial and non-terrestrial technologies and some don't. So I just wanted to applaud and say that I fully support that. I think that would be very helpful across all the funding programs. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. And Joy?
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. And as Heather put in the chat, your photos were spectacular. So thank you. I wanted to chime in and just say the significance of having a map that becomes all green is so critical. One of the things that you'll see in our recommendation when Heather presents is the need for farmers to be able to verify that they have connectivity before they even buy in to precision ag. You need to know that that tractor is not going to drop off, so to speak, like a drop call in the middle of a field.
Great comment, Joy. That is something that we discussed. One of the purposes our working group felt that this national map has, is they can go to their land, their field, or their multiple fields and say, if I'm going to buy this technology, will I be able to use it on all my fields? And the fields could be miles apart. So that certainly is one of the uses we felt that that farmers will be using this map for.
Thank you.
And Heather has a hand up.
I do. First to say, I think you had help from the tourism department on the last 2 slides. That looks pretty good, Colin. And also just wanted to say thank you. I really like recommendation 5 because yes, it does quote our working group, but I think it's the recognition of mapping from the standpoint of not just one type of deployment, but you've got multiple technologies represented. So just thank you to the entire team for being aware and listening and taking action on it. Thank you.
I just want to take ownership for the pictures, not me personally, but because of copyright, these are all our research center or our experimental farms that belongs to the university. But we had excellent photographers. Thank you. Thank you for your comment, Heather.
And Jimmy has a hand up.
Again, thank you for the presentation. When it comes to the maps, there's the traditional broadband map, which is going to include fixed wireless and satellite. The wireless map, so to say, is for mobile wireless, right? One of the things that I would ask you to bring up or address is the current maps for mobile wireless coverage don't address several factors and challenges that would allow it to provide an accurate picture of what's connected in rural areas. So, the need to address tighter specs for the map is important because without that, it's going to represent that coverage is much greater than it is. I would suggest that propagation maps are required that accurately provide coverage due to the type of spectrum used, the vegetation and terrain challenges that are there, and indicating a 90+% likelihood of connectivity with a 75% plus load on the cell site. without having tighter specs, these maps on the mobile side are going to look extremely inaccurate. And this has been proven time and again with field tests by folks in rural areas. And any opportunity that we can, share those concerns, I think only helps to make those maps better.
Are you specifically asking us to change or revise our first recommendation here, or just pointing it out that this is important?
I would
just
say
for my own
maybe-
clarification.
I would just say maybe it's an inclusion into some of the concerns with current mapping that's available.
Okay.
If you would like, I could send you an email with just these notes.
That would be wonderful. We have some people with a great background in that area, but I am not one of them. So if you can follow up with an email, that would be wonderful.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan has a comment.
Yeah, question for you. So as you look at the FCC broadband map today, providers like Starlink are listed under fixed broadband only and cover a significant part of the U.S. They've recently rolled out mobility solutions. Have you guys talked about the impact of mobility from satellite and the impact that would have on your recommendations going forward?
We, in our discussion, whether it is a mobility through cell or satellite, our discussions were focused on it is the wireless network that is going to be useful for farmlands, because you cannot pull the broadband through these mountainous vast areas, that may not be feasible. So we haven't specifically talked about what it means for satellite wireless to be a big part of this mobility picture. Do you have some specific thing in mind asking that question?
Well, I just look at the Starlink mobility solution that they have listed on their website that I don't know, I think it's come for sale in the last 3 to 6 months or so. But it's a solution that almost solves this overnight, and would turn the whole map green, if you will. So I just think it's interesting of like, okay, have you guys talked through how does that play in? Is it really the validation part, or? Yeah, please.
Since I'm from the satellite industry, maybe I could help. So I think what you're saying is the Starlink mobility is still a large terminal. It's a great terminal. It's it's the Apple of satellite. I think it's great. But I also wanted to flag that direct to device is coming, and how fast that speed will be. At first I think it's going to be narrowband, email and email and voice, whatever. But I think over time you're going to get to see greater speeds there. So I think you're right. I think Starlink and other operators like that who are doing really good mobile applications, which are clearly broadband, and then you've got to look out for direct-to-device with the 3GPP standards. There's probably 20 operators I could name, including us, who have plans for this in one way or another. So I think it is something, even if we don't get it for this report, maybe for the FCC to consider for the next report, which is how this impacts what we're looking at, because I think we're still at the very beginnings of this. So just a thought.
I think that's a great thought. I wonder if there's a way to make a recommendation around speeding up adoption. Like, how do you enhance the adoption part of it, or yeah, exactly. So, yep.
So I can't answer your question that well. Jennifer is more of an expert in that area, but I'll share my story with you. Bozeman is a urban area, and not too far from Bozeman, the university, we have a research farm, 600-acre farm. And if I look at it, I go to the Starlink page, it says that the Starlink provides service there. But if I put the exact address, they say we are at capacity. So I don't know. We are very hilly. We are not a Midwestern kind of farmland. I don't know the true implications of satellite mobility. And if a farmer with the 30,000 acres, if they are going for Starlink or another satellite provider in a hilly terrain, how that is going to work. But a good point to take back to my working group and to talk about it. Thank you.
Jimmy had a quick follow-up.
Yeah, Ryan, I would just say before we make any declarations or recommendations, it needs to be tested. Right now, it's still in the very early beta stages. You're going to have latency, you're going to have jitter, you're going to have throughput challenges, and as that's more adopted, even with the proven technologies, the more use, the more it confines the ability for it to work at max capacity. So I think there's got to be a lot more testing before we should recommend.
Heather?
Yes, sorry for my pause. I wanted to come back to Jimmy, in all seriousness, come back to Jimmy's comment about the mobile wireless coverage part. Because as a task force member, not speaking on behalf of the Connectivity Needs Working Group here, I would hope that we elevate this as a task force recommendation in terms of his mapping recommendations. And I'm sure we have some other members within our task force and working groups to really drill down into like what the load level would be on that cell tower so they can guarantee a specific level of service over a specific area at a given time. I think that's really critical to be able to maximize anything. And if we apply those same standards then toward future proofing, if you will, or proving the technology as we look at that direct-to-device type technology that we're talking about, I don't know if that gets grouped into the same discussion or not, but it just seems to really relevant. So I just wanted to put in my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Yeah. Dr. Adeline?
Sure, Carla, we did talk about satellite in that, I worked on the matrix. The difficulty was, how do you validate and verify, right? Satellite may show, as someone indicated, that it's all green, you got all connectivity. And we did have that one guest speaker that had remember the technology that could pick up the, what wavelength they were getting on connectivity. But it was as we talked more in the subgroup is, at what point, how do you validate that across the thousands of agricultural acres? So there's certainly valid points, but we just at this point was having a tough time coming up that would fit into that matrix on validation. And to Heather's point on the mobile, yeah, we thought about, okay, it would be great to say that a particular signal across the full acreage, but how are you going to do that? And again, we looked at the technology that someone presented to the working group, and it would be a great piece of equipment. But on the practical side, if we can get somebody to validate on every 25 acres across this nation, how many data points will that be? It'll be significant, huge. So I understand everybody's concern, but okay, let's talk the practical approach. My brain just wasn't coming up with a solution, and I know I'm getting old and slow, but I just wasn't able to do that. But we did talk about it, and maybe as we churn through, we can come up with something going forward. But it was discussed. So.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael, you have your hand up. One more.
Yeah, thanks, Teddy. just a comment in the fact that, for example, in rural areas, the time when usage is highest is when the kids get out of school, right, at 3 o'clock, right, because everybody turns on their cell phones. And I think, as it was also pointed out by somebody else, by one of our speakers earlier today, recognizing the fact that crops are growing, and so that then they might increase in height, they increase in foliage and foliage density. And so understanding that you have connectivity in December, you may not have that same connectivity in July, depending upon tree stands or the foliage or orchards or things like that. And so just wanted to mention those two examples for consideration of your use cases. That's all.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, good consideration. Well, Dr. Bajwa, I think you got lots of, well, first of all, great job with the sort of summarizing the conversations of the working group and getting the thoughts there. I think you're getting really close, and obviously now you have a couple more things to potentially discuss with the team. But thank you very much for, putting that together and sharing with the group. And again, for the rest of the task force, if you have some specific things that maybe you weren't able to cover right now, because obviously we're make sure we stay on time, please feel free to reach out to Dr. Bajwa and have a discussion, and she can take it back to the rest of the working group. Okay, let's do one more, and then we will take a break. Let's do the accelerating broadband deployment on unserved ag lands. And Jennifer, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Are you guys sharing the slides? What's it? Yeah, could you? Because I can't even get into an FCC website, so thank you. So just to start out, I'm very excited to present our report or update on accelerating broadband deployment in unserved agricultural lands working group. The next slide, please. The working group has done a huge amount of work, and we actually pretty much have finalized our recommendations. So we're just kind of cleaning things up. And I want to also thank Jimmy Todd, who's next to me, for taking over as vice chair when we lost our vice chair. And so it's been a pleasure to serve with him. So in terms of just where we are, I'm not going to spend so much time because we've been through this, I think, 3 or 4 meetings now. But basically, our charge was to develop recommendations on accelerating deployment on unserved agricultural land. So things like looking at a goal of achieving reliable capabilities on 95% of agricultural land in the U.S. by 2025, recommending rules or changes to rules to achieve these goals, and specific steps the FCC should consider to ensure that farm data and related data is available to support future programs of the FCC on expanding broadband deployment to unserved agricultural lands. So this is just the next slide, please. Sorry, I'm looking at my. Our responsibilities include making policy recommendations pretty much to everyone, including the FCC, evaluating how we can reduce regulatory barriers to broadband infrastructure and investment on agricultural lands, looking at how spectrum should be allocated, licensed, used, and working with the other working groups on steps that could be done to ensure that farm data is considered in FCC policymaking. So that's kind of our charge. We adopted early on 3 guiding principles for our recommendations, and you'll see basically all technologies have a role to play in the deployment of broadband precision agriculture. That's something that we've been very focused on, that funding and licensing decisions must prioritize deployment to underserved and unserved agricultural lands and isolated populations who live on farms, ranches, et cetera, and that there must be adequate resources. And when we mean resources, we don't just mean funding, but also expertise and other things, related things that have to be allocated to meet the U.S. goals of providing broadband to under and unserved agricultural lands by 2025. I am going to say, before I get into the recommendations, which is, I think I'm actually 2 slides ahead of you, I'm sorry. Guys, I went through that. Next slide, sorry. Before I go through the recommendations,
is now joining.
I think one of the things that was difficult for the group was that a number of the recommendations we were made hadn't really been paid attention to that much, or hadn't been adopted or enacted. So you'll see from the 2021 report, which I think is the last report that was done, that there's some of this is repeats or revisions, and that's largely because we saw a number of areas that we still think are important to be addressed. But we did break it into 3 different areas: funding requirements, private network development, an area that only recently, I think, and largely with Jimmy Todd's input, we really began to focus on, and spectrum efficiency and network deployment. So with that, I think we have 14, next slide, 14 recommendations. So a few more than my other group, but they have better pictures than I do, so we'll make up with it with words since I'm a lawyer. So this was something that kind of dovetails to the recommendation on unserved lands and what the definition of unserved, served, et cetera, should be. And this is that we think it's really important that the same broadband definition and standards are used for funding decisions. And we think this should be updated on a biannual basis and should be done by all U.S. federal agencies. So that's something I think we had absolutely no real debate on it. I think it's something we all came together with pretty easily. We also felt that it was important that USDA developing funding programs to support the build-out of local last acre networks to ensure capability to use precision agriculture devices and systems. We focused a lot on what the broadband funding decisions should look like to encourage deployment. And one of the areas we did agree on was that we recommend prioritizing grant applications that include wide area coverage to agricultural acreage, including to the farm, office, and house. One of the areas which I know will be a little controversial, but we think is important, is there really needs to be spectrum made available dedicated for precision agriculture, especially terrestrial wireless. It's at a low cost. So I think this might have been one that we actually had recommended previously and have reaffirmed here. I just realized that our fifth and our second are pretty much the same, but it's going to USDA, and this is really for building out last acre network. So it's kind of a complement, and I think we can probably combine those two in our next draft. We also think that the FCC should continue to make available incentives to encourage precision agriculture deployment. That's something we think the FCC can help do in its licensing rules and so forth, so we do want to flag that. One area that's something the FCC might consider is they had done away, the commission had done away, I say it was around pre-pandemic, with the requirement that non-geostationary orbit systems cover the entire country, in our talk on Starlink and so forth. So this was something we think the FCC should consider, which is putting it back on, because that way everyone knows that that capacity is available wherever there is. And for NGSOs, it should be fairly easy because of their wide deployment. We also felt that the FCC should implement geographic build-out requirements for spectrum-based licenses, and that it should be used as a metric for funding to ensure the coverage of unserved agricultural lands on a timely basis. So basically, using geographic build-out requirements as a mechanism that we can ensure that the coverage is being done as the funding calls. So it's kind of a complementary approach. We also thought interoperability standards are critical, and that's something the FCC, NTIA, and USDA should look at as part of the funding process, and also encourage the use of such standards through outreach and so forth. I know the FCC has a terrific Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau that does outreach. I'm sure USDA has something, and certainly the Department of Commerce. So just something to flag. We think that's an important focus, and especially getting out to farmers and tribal authorities is a little harder than maybe a more sophisticated group who actually reads the FCC website every day like I do. Other ones, the FCC should strengthen policies that require auction bidders to show long-term sustainability and scalability of their proposed networks, including the need to expand capacity to support higher upload and download speeds. We also thought there could be incentives, and we didn't call on one agency in particular, but just that build out precision agriculture to rural land headquarters. That was an area we do believe is underserved, and perhaps with some incentives provided by the government that could be expanded. Then the FCC and USDA should work with stakeholders to build a playbook for the creation of operation of rural community-based nonprofit solutions, very much similar to the NTIA playbook. So we thought this was a good one for a joint effort. And then the FCC has been doing some work with states and localities, Commissioner Carr in particular, but I know the agency as a whole to address zoning issues, for towers, but perhaps this work could be expanded to ease the regulatory and administrative burdens associated with deploying broadband networks, whether that's laying cables, setting towers, whatever is required for that network. And then certainly important, not last but not least, is in tribal areas, and we did spend a fair amount of time working on this. We do think that it's really important that states should work with tribal authorities to help speed precision agriculture deployment. And what we found from our research on this was that in some of the tribal communities, the local regulations conflict and it just makes things harder. So really just looking at a way to get burdens reduced. And once again, the FCC has a very good tribal affairs office, and maybe that's an area that could be focused on there. So with that, next slide. Our next step is to finalize the report. We don't really have much more, and we're considering, we're certainly happy to have more speakers come in. We've had quite a few, but Jimmy and I were talking, and we think, at this point, we're pretty close to finalizing the report, so we shouldn't have problems with making your deadline, Mr. Chairman. And then last but not least, last page, I do want to thank the members of the task force, as I said, especially Jimmy for stepping in, and all of our members, and of course, Stacy and Michael for supporting us during our meetings. And we're happy to take any questions. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer and Jimmy. Questions, comments, suggestions? Dr. Adeline?
So I was wondering about when you talked about specific precision ag spectrum, are there any other pieces that you could incorporate into that? So I was thinking, a significant weather data network would be advantageous to precision ag, but it also would help the nation. So could you make something more attractive? Could you make it more attractive by thinking a little bit broader in the context of these rural deployments that would make it more tantalizing for it to actually happen?
So thank you. I'd love if you could email me offline and maybe we could talk, because I understand what you're saying, but I also could see it being difficult, and I agree, the more you can do with it, the better, but maybe we could talk offline. But Jimmy, please.
Dr. Adeline, the key focus that we've had is getting the network out there so that these applications can function on it. I see what you're recommending as an application on the network that still needs to be built. So, if we can get the network built that reaches not only the last mile with the farm and ranch headquarters, but the last acre, which reaches all of the rural area, then I think that is an application that would fit very well on this new network. Andy, I know you have a follow-up.
Yeah, I have a follow-up to Dr. Adeline's question, because my heart went pitter-patter when the dedicated spectrum bullet went up. And so I have a couple ideas for you on that. One, in our research on the requirements for autonomous vehicles, and actually you'll see this in Heather's presentation, we're fairly confident that ubiquitous spectrum is going to be a requirement for autonomous vehicles to work effectively. They really can't stall out anywhere. And so that's a killer app right there. And the second one is that we know that in rural areas, often farmers also are the first responders. They are the people who jump off the farm tractor and go put out the fire in someone's house, et cetera. So those are a couple examples of where dedicated spectrum would be incredibly beneficial in rural areas.
So thank you, and we'll go back and and flesh that out a little bit. I think Jimmy and I are hearing what you're saying, so we'll take a look at the report with the working group and flesh that out and address. I don't think we've done a good job in our draft of really having the examples, so I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Joy, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, obviously you've touched a chord with our working group on needs, both current and future, talking about spectrum, and you're going to hear more from Heather, but we feel very, very strongly about it. And one of our moonshot ideas was actually for us to be able to jump on FirstNet.
So I worked on FirstNet when I was back at the FCC, so I probably know more about it than I could. I think that might require a statutory change. So I just wanted to flag that because that was very specific for public safety purposes. So just a flag. I don't have the statute in front of me, but that was very specific. Not that it's a bad idea, just saying.
Jennifer, thanks for bringing up the spectrum. That's come up within our working group multiple times, and I think it's better fit for you. But I would say maybe we focus on the application side from the adoption perspective, and certainly can take that back to our working group. To Andy's comment, we deploy for autonomous vehicles on the farm. And one thing I would point out is you absolutely need ubiquitous coverage, but there are software-defined radios that can operate in the first responder network should they be allowed to in a rural community. And essentially for that, you get an approval from the first responders there. So that could be an option for us to look at as well, and it's something we've done in Nebraska.
Yep, go ahead, Jimmy.
And it works great as long as the specs are set up properly so that it reaches all the rural areas. And that's a challenge even with FirstNet. They're on the main roads really well, but you get into some of the very rural areas and the coverage still is not as good as it should be.
And that's because they only built out to, the funding was for 95% of the country.
Correct.
So.
Heather?
Yes, I was just thinking of a helpful thing that we learned about that might play into the playbook concept that accelerating deployment is promoting. And that is that there is also a rural cooperative finance council. And they've been very active in working with cooperatives around the country. They may actually already have starting points on a playbook that we might want to share some specifics and then point that to some other sub-agencies. So I'm just in the interest of sharing, just wanted to pull that out for the accelerating deployment group, and maybe you've already looked at that as well and their role.
Good suggestion. I don't see any other hands up. Okay. Well, Jennifer and Jimmy, thank you so much. That was really good. And I think you guys some good feedback as well. So appreciate all the work there. Okay, so it's 2:53 p.m. Eastern. Let's take a 12-minute break and let's be back at 3:05 Eastern. And then we'll pick back up with the next working group. Thank you. Working group is anticipating current and future demand connectivity needs for precision agriculture. And Heather, I will turn it over to you. I see the slides already being shared. Heather, hold on a second. We can't hear you yet. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, here you go. I knew it was on this side.
Okay, I was going to act like I was talking to see if you could hear me. All right, so you may just see the cartoon picture, but don't think this means that we don't take our job seriously. In fact, we've taken it very seriously, and we wanted to actually apply some of the concepts we've been learning about, like artificial intelligence, as we delivered this presentation to you today. So who knows, in our final, we may have an AI version of me giving the presentation. I don't know. But we need to open by saying thank you to the FCC for allowing me to work with such a great group of people. They just astound me with not only their intellect, but their inquisitiveness and creativity and willingness to work. So thank you for that, and thank you to our guest speakers whom we've had over time. With that, I'm going to turn my camera off. And are you having any sound problems now before I do that?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, great. All right, as we get into our update in our 2023 round, for us, the table stakes remain very high, and we continue and remain committed to our recommendation to standardize 100 by 100 symmetrical service on agricultural land, not just to the farmhouse or headquarters, but to the last acre. We have received pushback on the cost and technological difficulties or challenges to meet this standard, but we feel our role is to recommend leading edge policy that will help us try to future-proof for the industry. And we think that this being promulgated by the FCC, along with fast-coming technological advances, will enable 5G-like performance at the field pasture level, so farmers and ranchers can achieve our goals of increasing productivity and improving stewardship. To the concern that requiring 100 by 100 would be limiting for demand or even providers, I think as we heard today from the state of Georgia, their rules and regulations haven't seemed to suppress the number of providers willing to bid in to the process. But we can also look at the most recent reconnect rounds in the BEAD program in terms of how they were oversubscribed by 4 to 5 times. For all agricultural lands that are currently unserved and insufficiently served, meaning at or below the current definition of 100 by 20, comprehensive efforts across legislation, funding programs, and economic incentives must be made to deploy fiber infrastructure capable of speeds at a minimum of the 100 by 100 megabits per second, but up to a gig, symmetrical to the farm headquarters if it is technologically feasible and economical to do so. A short way to say this is that good enough for agriculture and farming communities is not good enough. We must have scalable connectivity to future-proof our abilities, and we're concerned that current eligibility requirements that limit overbuilding, in quotation marks, by citing an incumbent provider will result in rural areas missing out on opportunities to have scalable technologies installed. We find ourselves in a connectivity conundrum where we know that redundancy is an overlooked need in rural connectivity, and Andy shared some examples of that just in our discussion today. But just to help you visualize this, you can see one of our AI-generated graphics here, and you can see where Andy created this using DAL-E, a communications tower being destroyed by a tornado, showing the wind, just to illustrate that some farm locations may experience temporary or semi-permanent broadband service loss due to terrain, vegetation, or severe weather. System failures can also occur in these situations, natural disasters, also vandalism. And agricultural operations cannot be delayed due to service disruptions. As they say, make hay when the sun shines, right? So this requires dense, deeply embedded technologies in rural areas, and the conundrum comes because it's so costly. This is an area where there's low return on investment to begin with, and we realize what we're advocating is a moonshot, as Joy says. However, it is so necessary to ensure our food and fiber and renewable fuel and conservation benefits. So we're saying let's get fiber optic as close to the field as possible and increase the number of radios in a specific geography, just as one example. In terms of our process, we did organize in this year of 2023 with 4 subgroups. We have use cases, cloud edge compute, network infrastructure, and policy within our connectivity needs working group. Excuse me. And our last acre focus required that we harness all the policy and technology tools at our disposal to address the twin issues of availability and affordability. So it's necessary for us to envision a myriad of use cases and array of technologies available to achieve strong and integrated ecosystem with optimal network performance to support precision agriculture. Truly technology neutral funding programs must incorporate all network infrastructure, fiber, wireless, satellite, space. Alternate architectures like satellite backhaul with local distribution over shared spectrum using a private network need to be included and incentivized in policy. That said, fiber remains the essential underpinning. We must not allow technology neutral to serve as a buzzword for lower standards. So we recommend a two-pronged approach, pushing deployment of fiber as deep as possible into rural areas while simultaneously facilitating ubiquitous 5G-like connectivity across working lands. And in terms of its coverage, even the low bandwidth needs of autonomous tractors require farm-wide connectivity. These vehicle systems are designed to stop the first sign of an abnormality, for instance, a person walking in front of a tractor. Oh, I kind of skipped ahead here for a second, but or an animal or livestock, and then the machine sends an alert or image of the problem, and connectivity issues transmitting that picture would delay clearing the way to resume work. Worst case, a lapse in connectivity could mean the tractor has to be physically driven to a location where connectivity is present to be restarted. Or actually, the worst case, someone is hurt or loss of life. From a practical standpoint, to drive adoption, farmers will need to feel secure that their fields are verifiably autonomous equipment ready, that they have reliable connectivity. Low latency is not a requirement. Reasonable time constraints are acceptable, but the grower must have confidence that an autonomous solution will function in their operation prior to buy-in. So we looked at a few use cases, and when we think about the agricultural lands beyond the reach of symmetric speed fiber, they must not be left behind, but instead prioritized for immediate deployment of any available combination of wired, wireless, and satellite infrastructure that can achieve broadband speeds to the last acre. Factoring in the unique challenges of the land, the size of the farm, the economics of deployment, and the needs of the farmer. And when we consider the fast pace of innovation and wide range of options in precision agriculture, it is important to keep in mind that our recommendations need to benefit a wide range of farmers and uses. For example, the demographics of the farmers that we have in mind include a variation in geography, so the location of decision-making and the operations, as well as topography, their profitability, operator aptitude, variety of crops and or services, laborers, managers, working with them, alongside them, and the equipment's age and versatility and availability of support. Millions of acres of agricultural lands are located where terrain and cost factors prohibit fiber construction even to the farm headquarters, and where technology constraints currently limit symmetric ultra-fast broadband of 100 and 100 and above. In such areas, comprehensive efforts must also be made to ensure that farming operations can deploy any network technology, topology solution, or combination of solutions that can achieve the connectivity they need to run their ag business and take advantage of precision ag devices and applications. So the needs at the farm and ranch also vary. You look at in-field sensors, onboard cameras and processing, cloud-based computing, fleet operations, tethering, autonomy to and from the field, in the field, and to markets, artificial intelligence, aided analysis and decision-making, which can become very image and upload intense. So we will reveal our working group's central findings and recommendations by walking through a few use cases. Autonomy. So autonomous agriculture machinery, when an autonomous ag machine detects an unknown safety risk, it must immediately stop its operations. An alert sent to the remote operator requesting manual intervention and providing low resolution still or video images of the situation. In areas without connectivity, the autonomous machine remains immobilized until an operator arrives on site. Low-band spectrum, similar to that allocated to FirstNet after 9/11, is a potential solution for autonomous operations of this level in rural areas. Low-band spectrum requires fewer transmission locations and is helpful across vast agricultural lands where siting towers is difficult. So you can see our summarized recommendation. Agriculture needs basic and dedicated low-band spectrum with ubiquitous coverage to ensure safe operations en route and in field. We also have recommendations related to spectrum and cellular build-out. So cellular wireless networks play a critical role in enabling last acre coverage. We need to remedy current cellular shortfalls in rural America. Coverage must be field-wide with no drop signal. Also, if a farm straddles competing service areas, the farmer needs to be able to access multiple carriers and/or merge with satellite coverage. Cellular networks, wireless networks play a critical role in providing last acre coverage. And while many rural acres go uncovered, there are also rural acres where current wireless networks are underutilized. So network expansion is critically important. However, it's equally important to ensure existing networks are designed to maximize utilization for precision agriculture applications. Two cell network characteristics currently inhibit the optimal utilization of rural networks. One, limited precision agriculture wireless operating agreements between mobile network operators, and two, restrictive antenna power level regulations. For example, what we need to do as a recommendation is boost antennas wattage on the machines themselves to improve signal strength. We need to support funding and collaborations through electric and telco cooperatives to enhance their role in creating seamless connectivity. Note the obligation that cooperatives must serve everyone in their service territory, whereas other providers are not held to the same standard. We also recognize the practice of spectrum warehousing results in spectrum being unavailable to businesses or cooperatives that may not be able to bid on the larger project. Another key finding, well, first I want to just take in this recommendation here where we incentivize and obligate the providers to make service available to all the customers in their territory and consistent with the standard of service that cooperatives must meet, and disincentivize spectrum warehousing through specific milestones. And thank you, Erickson, for providing this graphic that illustrates for us the limitation. We talk about 5G, but this kind of gives you an idea of the propagation or distance where we'd have to locate towers to make actual 5G, as we know it today, available on each acre. Here's one of our other use cases, applying artificial intelligence. So a key phrase I'd like to leave with you today is download is for consumption, but upload is for production. Emerging AI technologies will be multimodal or synth AI that integrate multiple AI systems for complex multi-factor analysis in agriculture. Multimodal AI processes will utilize visual image analysis, crop yield data, input and market prices, and more. These analyses will provide what-if scenario evaluation responsive to historic and real-time data, and emerging AI techniques offer the potential to process vast amounts of data that surpass individual comprehension. Current large language models, or LLMs like ChatGPT, only scratch the surface of AI's potential. And the following statement is a nod to the Adoption and Jobs Working Group. Our investigation into the prompt engineering needed to obtain detailed, unbiased, and reliable results from these current models reveals that properly formulating and iterating questions becomes crucial for current AI outputs. This is a skill that will require training of current and future farmers and ag professionals. So I'm sure Julie's probably already got that in her, it's probably her headline of her report, so we'll hear from her pretty soon. Additional recommendations relate to edge compute technology and supporting AI. Just a note on edge compute technology was created specifically to extend the cloud from a centralized location out to the edge of the network, in this case to the farmhouse or farm operations center with private 5G systems extending the cloud to the last acre. Edge brings the cloud to the last mile, and 5G brings the cloud to the last acre. The underlying precision ag infrastructure based on edge compute and private 5G systems will deliver a cloud that unlocks innovations needed to increase the crop yields, largely by more rapidly managing pests and diseases, as well as decreasing crop loss and waste. So incentivizing private cellular networks will be needed to achieve the dense and deep infrastructure required to meet the 100 by 100 and beyond at the field level. And we'd also like to make a note here. This is where we're requesting a field trip to Australia to visit how they are building, witness and talk with them about how they're building out private networks. As well as we all need to consider the Farm Bill as a vehicle to introduce incentives, private 5G networks among them, to make the economics viable and to attract investment. So we turn to the Farm Bill, and we have some suggestions for precision tuning the Farm Bill. It's the most immediate and practical vehicle for expanding broadband for agriculture. USDA has a long history of proving and providing support to build last-mile telecom and broadband networks. However, Precision Ag needs a last acre network tied to this last-mile network. These networks could be cost prohibitive for many farming and ranching operations, so establishing a funding mechanism for last acre networks would accelerate the adoption of Precision Ag technology. This means geographic build-out requirements rather than population-based requirements. That's one that we've stated before. We didn't pull it out in this slide deck, but bold and underline that in your own notes. Geographic build-out requirements. We recommend amending the Reconnect program, currently geared for households, to incentivize applications that benefit farms. For example, infrastructure specifically for precision ag technology. Private networks may be the best, though high-cost solution, and must be part of the funding equation. Novel strategies that we've talked about, we heard accelerating deployment talk about, cooperatives, individual, ad hoc groups of farmers, food hubs, retailers, other service providers, communities should be encouraged. Interoperability standards need to be incentivized so new technologies can be adopted. And this issue is akin to competing EV charging systems, excuse me. We recommend rural utility service grant loan improvements for cell tower construction and fund access to existing conduit or infrastructure established for dark fiber could be an additional boon. But we recognize dark fiber is more for long direct hauls versus branch stops in local fiber networks. Whatever we can do to incentivize some of that existing fiber, I think, is the larger point here. We also think the Farm Bill could be one mechanism to kind of future-proof our ability to enable precision agriculture in rural America. So future-proofing includes funding programs and policy or legislative efforts that may consider being more technology inclusive and neutral to network infrastructure intended expressly for precision ag use, go beyond the real utility service into areas into multiple titles of the Farm Bill, and consider legislative authority to have USDA closely advise or be a subcontractor to deliver RDOF and other rural broadband and connectivity programs with funding derived through FCC auctions. USDA used their existing land and capital assets to locate equipment and infrastructure location. So these locations could be leased by providers. And I do want to back up for just a moment because I think in our recommendations, I didn't expressly say it or verbalize it, but we talked about a low spectrum usage and dedicated spectrum, but we also recognize there also needs to be some dedicated spectrum with extremely high data payload capability to be able to realize some of these gains that we see in the future, in the very near future, with artificial intelligence and the type of data processing. So I wanted to make sure we pulled out that specific recommendation there verbally. With that, we just want to thank every member of our working group, and again, thanking our guest speakers who help us expand our vision and our knowledge and open it up to questions and suggestions, which I would like to point out. I think I saw Andy Bader, George Woodward, and Ryan Crope from our working group in the room, so they get first dibs at any questions. Thank you.
I haven't asked questions yet. Yeah. Ryan corrected and said he wants They should answer the questions.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You get to answer the questions.
Okay, that's what you mean.
Great presentation, Heather. I'll let the guys start with the questions.
Okay.
All right, so any questions, concerns, comments, suggestions for this working group? Jimmy?
All right. So number one, Andy, I'm impressed with your visuals with AI. So good job there. And Heather, if you need somebody to come with you on the Australia field trip, I'd like to go. So no,
I think it's the
honestly, I think
task
you
force
guys
that
are hitting the
we
nail
need
on
to
the
go.
head. A great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Others?
Can I add a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Andy.
I think to follow up on the joking about Australia, I just have to say, that, by all measures in the United States, the land-grant university system, agricultural research, is underfunded compared to other countries. And so I feel compelled to raise that anytime I'm in any sort of public forum, because it's a reality. And so we need to do better as a country.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands or anything else from the room, so let's move on to the next working group update. That will be the encouraging adoption of precision agriculture and availability of high-quality jobs. So, Julie, I will turn it over to you while we bring up the presentation.
Thank you, Teddy, and I'm worried I might disappoint Heather tremendously with no specifics around AI and jobs, but it is part of our roadmap. First, I want to thank our work group members. Their dedication and commitment to getting us to a strong report is amazing. Also to Mike McCormick, our former chair, who did step up and is now our vice chair. I'm super grateful for that. Oh, sorry. I'll wait for the presentation. There it is. Okay. Thank you. First, I will start just with the current report outline to refresh our memories. Next slide, please, Tom. We focused on multiple kind of segments in our report, which currently are increasing on-farm connectivity, climate-smart agriculture, and sustainable productivity, improving collaboration, research, and innovation, assuring long-term continuity of U.S. agricultural systems, solidifying cybersecurity and data privacy requirement, and assuring multi-scale adaptability for ag systems. Next slide. Since our March task force meeting, the task force made suggestions to 3 of our recommendations. We took that back to the group, and I did want to present our updated recommendations today. Under collaboration, research, and innovation, the request was to clarify our collaboration with land-grant universities and potential funding. You see our former draft recommendation. Our updated recommendation now states state broadband coordinator, supported by the NTIA, specifically B program, should partner with land-grant university systems, including extension, to develop digital literacy training to support the adoption of precision ag tools. Next slide. Also, under collaboration, research, and innovation, the request was to consider recommending what should be offered at technical and community colleges from a precision ag standpoint. You see our previous draft recommendation. Updated recommendation now reads, CTE and community college precision agriculture curriculum should be developed to support a system of systems approach. As such, developmental framework should be created in partnership with state NRCS offices, land-grant universities and extension, and local economic development agencies and county commissioners. Final request from the task force was to consider addressing anonymity of aggregated data, keeping in mind sensitivity of farm record data. We've spoken about that earlier. We have worked on this pretty extensively. It's still under review with the work group, and we do expect to include this as a foundational recommendation in the roadmap or play out, build out that we'll be presenting in our final report. Okay, so our progress through June of 2023, our heavy lift was establishing a cybersecurity standard. We have done that. We have worked on it's essentially a subset of the NIST SP 800-53 standards that we felt were specific to precision ag technologies and connectivity. This will be included in our report for task force review. It is very bulky and big, so I would suggest sending it prior to our meeting for review. And we've also worked on CTE and community college education initiatives, specifically identifying unique programs at the state and federal level to include in our recommendations, some of which are Idaho's launch program and the recently released U.S. Senate's Community College Agricultural Advancement Act. What we will be working on through September for our final report is establishing a roadmap to precision ag adoption and rural economic success. As I mentioned, the very foundational framework here will be around the data privacy standards. We do feel like this is critical to drive economic value back to producers in rural communities and generate jobs. It will include our final charge that we did not touch in our previous reports, which is the metrics FCC could apply to measure and track progress towards deployment and precision ag adoption. And finally, it will incorporate all of our recommendations and execution suggestions to connect, increase precision ag adoption, and drive valuable economic outcomes for all farm sizes. Then we did take a stab at what should be included in the executive summary. In the interest of time, Teddy, I could leave this out or cover it, whatever you choose.
I think you can quickly cover it.
Okay,
That way we
perfect.
just know it's there.
So what we did here is try and culminate the synergies we saw from the other work groups reflective of Report 1's executive summary. First, a summary here on connectivity, and it includes our recommendations on connectivity, which I think today we've heard several that actually reflect what's here. Next is climate smart agriculture. We did include a summary that we feel should be in the group's executive summary, and it does highlight our previous report recommendations that the task force has already seen. Cybersecurity and data privacy, we would like to see the standard, if approved by the task force, included in the executive summary, as well as the data privacy standard that we'll present at the next meeting. And finally, adaptability and future of farming. We thought it was important to kind of end an executive summary with what does the future look like to ensure ag systems, and included the recommendations that we have already presented at the March meeting. Finally, our goal is that the roadmap to adoption and rural economic success could be included in the summary.
Is there a visual for that?
Not yet,
Not
no,
yet, but
but
there'll be
we're
one
still
coming.
working on that.
Okay,
yeah.
well, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, comments, or suggestions for Julie and the team?
I'll throw it.
Yep, Andy, go ahead.
So one of the things that I've been thinking about lately is I'd say there's a bit of concern among many consumers about high technology with regard to the food that they eat. And we see this in many different areas. People concerned about so-called big ag, people's concerns about GMOs, and yet a lot of these tools are going to be essential for us as we feed 9 billion people and address climate change. Is there an aspect of the training that individuals will get at land grants and via the new initiatives with community colleges, et cetera, to address these concerns so that they're not an impediment to widespread adoption of precision agriculture?
That's a great point. We do have several recommendations around outreach to consumers who aren't in an ag system or aren't necessarily educated in how agriculture works to feed a growing population, but there's no specific call out of educating on those topics, and I can certainly take that back to the work group. I think it's a great idea.
Heather, I thought I saw your hand up. Did you put it back down?
No, I think you just were expecting to hear from me. I'm going to share that comment we had from our report, though, with Julie on the AI piece. I'll send it to her by email.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Jimmy?
I'd just like to say thank you for including the cybersecurity concerns because I just, want to thank you for including the cybersecurity concerns because as all of our businesses continue to evolve, that is going to be a greater and greater threat to every business. So thank you for working through those standards because those are important.
Thank you, Jimmy. We spent the majority of our time on cybersecurity, and I felt half guilty not taking it past that, but it's so important with where we are. So thank you.
Other suggestions or comments? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate the update. That was well done. Okay, so that is the update from the working groups. I think we're in really good shape. I've seen a lot of good key recommendations coming out of all groups. So obviously now we'll have to bring it together, although each group will still continue to fine tune their report, which will be their section in the document. But you can start to see some of the things bubble up and some common topics. So that will be the work that's ahead of us. Before we get into those logistics and what we need to do next, we did have a little bit of time for any other open topics or anything else anybody wants to bring up. Dale?
Mine is an FYI. There's a movement on the automobile manufacturers to take AM radios out of our vehicles. Well, I don't know about you guys that don't farm, but those of us that do farm, we're dependent upon AM radio because that's where we get our weather. That's where we get our alerts, or if there's a storm alerts, and all of the things that I think of that we use on a farm that come from that form of communication. And if we lose that, and I understand why, they want to have a subscription. They want to say a subscription. I savvy the capitalist side of that, but for my farm, AM radio is important for the things that I try to stay on the forefront of. And I should throw in a disclaimer. Y'all know I do have radio stations, so.
Got it.
But it's something I'd like for y'all to consider.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It's a good consideration for those of us making recommendations. I don't know if anybody has any comments or thoughts on that.
Well, I echo that, and I think it also plays a role for our first responders across rural terrain. And so that's something that I know with agri-women we've tried to speak out on as well, as I put on a different hat for a moment.
Mm-hmm. Any other open topics or things that we haven't maybe discussed that anybody wants to bring up?
Hey, Teddy?
Yep, go ahead, Dr. Adeline.
I think we still need to talk about at the aggregation points of all the what I would call the gigapops about if a network goes down. If we have like the storms that are hitting like Vermont right now, and it knocks out a major point, how is this going to affect what plans do we have for, we're wanting to build this big network, and we build it, and we have one of these 1 in 1,000 year storms hit. What's going to happen? And I think we need someone to help us, guide us going forward on that particular area.
So would that be on the future proofing side, maybe the future needs?
Yeah, I think so.
Heather and team, is that maybe something you've discussed in your working group?
Team, Andy, George, Ryan?
I mean, I think we've discussed it from interoperability standpoint that having the different networks work together, particularly the different wireless networks, compatibility between device and network and service agreement constrain the ability to move across networks. And I think beyond that, with the scenario you're bringing up, we've talked about it in terms of having the satellite influence of satellite to device or satellite to vehicle be a great backup that isn't impacted by terrestrial severe events. I don't know if you have anything to add. But.
I think it is actually a very good topic, and what comes to mind, since, you know, at one point before I came back to farming, I worked in the community on the other side, over in Dale's side, in radio and television, is that there have been efforts in the past to harden, quote, harden facilities to make them responsive to, well, you know, obviously in the 50s and the 60s there was nuclear warfare, et cetera, but I think that understanding the capability of our telecommunications infrastructure to withstand extreme events would be knowledge that would be good for us to have.
Okay, so I think that would be something to consider in the working group. Perfect.
So Teddy, one more, IPv6. Okay, we're talking about enhanced security. IPv4 is supposed to have died, and we're going to be adding all these Internet of Things and other technologies and all the people that are going to be connected. Is that a major event to push us, the nation, to IPv6? So I certainly would like to hear about that.
Anybody have thoughts on IPv6? Jimmy looks like he has a thought.
All right, Dr. Adelaide, can you be more specific on your question with regards to IPv6? Because we can get kind of granular if we want to.
So right now we're still, you know, even here at the university using IPv4, and yet we have the large switches and stuff that are IPv6 ready. And at some point, supposedly the IPv4 addresses are going to run out. Well, with the deployment of everything we're talking about, will they, you know, is there a time frame, accelerated time frame, and should we be thinking about that going forward?
As far as the timeline, if you would have asked 8 years ago, are we going to be running out of IPv4 addresses, somebody would have told you in the next 3 years. We still have them and we're still using them. Technology has evolved such that, as you noted, IPv6 is available in the switches, in the equipment that is at the majority of the service providers' locations. However, not all of them have upgraded to that capability. It is a transition for the service providers to be able to have that operate on their networks. But you also have the device manufacturers that have to also be prepared with IPv6. So as we see the evolution of the equipment that uses the network begin to need IPv6, or at least be able to utilize that, then I would say we're getting closer to that transition. I can't give you what I think is an accurate timeline, but I don't think it'll be in the next couple of years where it's a requirement. That being said, eventually there will be a requirement to make that transition. And I would say a vast majority of providers are going to be prepared for that already.
Thank you.
Comment. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, this is an interesting topic, and I think it couples to a dilemma we have with precision agriculture. You know, there are farmers still farming with tractors that were built in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And in agriculture, we're used to things lasting an incredibly long time. And so to the extent that we're moving towards a model where some of our systems may need to be replaced more rapidly, that might be good for some members of the overall manufacturing world or a software service world, but farmers will not really love that. And so being able to make recommendations for systems or protocols that can last as long as possible would be a good thing.
Other comments, suggestions? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up and nothing else in the room. So before I close it, Lauren, I'll turn it over to you for some updates and some comments of your own, and then we'll kind of end with what's next and adjourn for the day.
Thank you, Teddy. I would like to thank all the speakers for their presentations and the working group leaders for their updates on their recommendations. The discussions were great today, very engaging. A lot of progress from all the working groups. I thought the input on, what you've put together for the executive summary thus far is great. You all have just put so much effort in, so I think we're really in great shape as we look ahead. As you know, there is a statutory requirement that we produce a report at the end of this term. Our last task force meeting will be November 6th, where this task force will consider and vote on the comprehensive report. And then the charter ends for this task force on December 2nd. So I know I've said this before, but in order to make sure the report is ready for voting for the last meeting in November, the FCC will need at least 30 days to review the report and circulate it to the members for their review. So that puts us at October 6th to get us the report. Earlier was great too, but, please keep that in mind as you go forward. I know there'll be more internal meetings with working group leadership, and you will, ultimately figure out how to move the report forward. Lastly, I wanted to tell you all that I will be stepping down as DFO at the conclusion of today's meeting. Christy Schumann will be taking over for me for the remainder of the charter until December 2nd. So the task force will be in very good hands. It has been an honor and very fulfilling to serve as DFO of this task force. You all have just done such great work, and I really want to thank Tom Hastings and Emily Kaditz, who are the deputy DFOs. They have been so incredibly helpful, as well as all the FCC liaisons for all their excellent work and support that they have provided. So with that, Teddy, I will let you adjourn the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Lauren, and again, thank you for your service on helping us with this task force. Truly, personally, I would say you've helped us quite a bit at getting organized, getting the right materials, making sure the speakers were prepared, and also had their material prepared for the meeting itself. So thank you so much for what you've done to getting us to this spot. Again, thank you for all the task force members. I think we've had a really good meeting today, good discussion, good engagement. We put the agenda together at the beginning. There's times you think you're going to go a little light, and we may have a 2-hour lunch. It went from that to, oh my gosh, we don't have any time, and so that just speaks volumes to the engagement of the team here. So pretty excited about that. Hopefully you got some good material or some good thoughts out of today. I don't know if you saw how it was structured. Obviously, always the FCC updates on the mapping are critical. I'm pretty sure even on our last meeting, we would want to have that. Otherwise, we would be, not living up to our tradition of having them come and give us updates on the mapping side of it. But then beyond that, going from the federal level down to the states and see how some of the states are implementing some of the programs, the dollars, kind of going into the rural areas particularly is really interesting. So we saw that, and then I think that discussion on interoperability was really good. As far as the working groups, I think we're in really good shape. Like I said, what we want to do at the end of this term is have a unified report. It will have an executive summary with 4 sections. Each section will be one from each working group. So what I will be doing now with the working group chairs and the co-leads of the working group chairs, or the vice chairs, is to kind of bring out what are the critical recommendations that we want to put in the executive summary, and then break them up almost by topic, and then even combine things if that makes sense. So we will work together to do that piece, so we sort of have a unified message that goes out. And there's start of that everywhere, right? From each working group, I saw a little bit of that coming together. So I think that's exciting. It'll give us a pretty solid report that we can put together. As Lauren mentioned, October 6th is the deadline to get it to the FCC. So we probably need to be ready well before that on these discussions, right? So somewhere around mid-September is probably where we want to have kind of close to a final draft of our report so that we can circulate and get last comments and things like that in. Obviously, we still have the month of October to modify things, but they will be looking more, it was more feedback coming back from the FCC to us about things we may need to change in the report. So, but again, I think we're in great shape. We just need to get some meetings scheduled here in the next couple of weeks, and we should be able to get to a good spot with that. So that's where we are from a kind of timeline perspective and the rest of the work ahead of us. I want to thank also not only Lauren, but the rest of the FCC staff and the liaisons and the deputy DFOs for helping us get to this spot, and also the USDA and the folks that have been involved, both at the working group level as well as kind of giving us updates on today on climate smart and other things like that. So with that,